Check 1, 2, test.
If you need me, I'm right here to kiss away each and every single tear. Hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh,
Testing 1, 2. Oh, oh, oh. Pehpeek, että tamskaat no, semin aku magantek. Eu gom kisto aga pe ngieto ane pe nat mat sonek. E mi aski koi ka pe ka kiwehta masu e kiawao. E kuta homa kai sparks na mato gamko kaya ya. First Nations University. Uta uskana ka sastig. Nia tsahkatonessimun. Tänne sumios on sihkaasun, eikö teo maskoti sihkohti. Ota taut saapa teneko. Eikä seinio piikau ja no muuta. Niissä ehkä me muano ummana ja uskini hiikassuan. Kaak seinio piikau ja. Maga nän asko monen nohti jout saapahtamaan. Eu gomga paskona mihko man nohtso muuta. Eiku niinku ksnaamuagan nakuutta kajatsik. Ksnaamaagi ook. Apumi näin kaapa mnahko muuta kaja ahko muuta. Uia on muuta ei paskunahko muuta. No ma katso muuta ka pikskua anom. Juhpina ahkuutte uspuagan. Ja sama euihkohki. Ja sama tsahkoja. Niin no, kun äsken kun tuottama ahko muuta. Että ei atajo kehkeikua. Ei maam skuutike. Pietsinau, että kun ei niin tauitsk. Ei kun niko kun maagan nouka man siitä tahtska pikskuitsk. Ei maamiin on muitsk. Ei asu ihta maagetski kui. Apumilikaa kissu muitsk. Kui tsihkoitskan kan tohtahkan omiskan aamua. Maaga nyjaka ja Simon. Good evening. My name is Dennis Somioso. I guess my position here is a resident elder. I'm very honored. I'm very honored to and privileged, to be part of the organizing team who put this up, this storytelling evening. I want to acknowledge the staff, the faculty, even our elders, especially the students. I'd like to thank them for making tonight possible. There was a time when, according to my late uncle, that these storytellers were held in high regard in various gatherings. At a time when everybody spoke the language, there was no need for interpreters. They talked about all kinds of issues to help, guide people, to make them understand their experience of life. They would be called upon in different gatherings, like spirit call gatherings, feasts, round dances, powwows. And they would talk about different topics, like creation stories, prophecies, philosophies, even humorous stories. And a lot of people benefited from those stories. Until along the way, our relatives, got taken away, what we all know as the residential school. And a lot of those children missed out on these stories, who became the parents. They missed out. And that is the purpose for this gathering. We just recently, not too long ago, we had a feast to feed our loved ones, to acknowledge the grandfathers, the grandmothers. Um, in other words, this gathering is in memory of those speakers that we had in our communities. You know. So with that, I just wanted to say that to give you a reason as to why we are gathered like this. And with that, I'll hand it over to Nelson. Hey, thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Sorry for being a little bit late. I had to go up to my office and do some things, and then the elevator is very slow. But welcome everybody to this first of its kind event that we're hosting here. Dennis kind of filled you in a little bit on what's going to happen and why we're doing this. My name is Nelson Bird. I am a former CTV journalist, full-time now at the First Nations University, on faculty as an instructor in communications and journalism in the Indigenous Communication Arts program. So when I was asked to be part of this and to MC and to do the introductions, I was very honored to be doing this today. So thanks again, Dennis and the elders, for what we've experienced over the last couple hours. And just so you know, there'll be no opening prayer to this part here because we did a prayer at the pipe and the feast just prior to this event. So welcome everybody to the atrium, an evening of traditional storytelling. A few housekeeping items. CFNU Radio, who is back there, and all over the airwaves are here. This is being live streamed, so people are listening to us from wherever across Canada, maybe even in the States. So welcome to those viewers or listeners at home. Also, we'll have soup and bannock and desserts and beverages available in the multi-purpose room. The washrooms are down the hall to my right and to the left. So either way, they're about the same distance. I think maybe that one's closer, but they're over there. And before we get to the storytellers, we have four great people who are going to come up and share their wisdom and their knowledge and their stories. And as a storyteller myself, that's what I've been doing for many years now, and listening, not so much storytelling that I've created, but sharing the stories of people that I've interviewed over the years. And there's been hundreds and maybe thousands, and they're all fascinating. They're all unique. They share wisdom and humor and lessons, and we'll learn a lot tonight. But to start off, I would like to invite Tara Thompson, the Chief Admin Officer of FNUC, to come and say a short welcome.
Thank you, Nelson. First off, I want to give thanks for the Creator for blessing us for today and giving us this opportunity to host this type of event for not only for our students, but for the community, and sharing some of our traditions that we have here in Treaty 4 territory. And I also want to pass thanks to Dennis for lifting pipe today and acknowledging the Creator in a good way. This is something that was important to our elders and something that our elders spoke about. And as an institution, we're always striving to include community. How do we engage the youth, the elders, all in one space? And how do we ensure we share those teachings and pass those teachings in a good way? So I'm thankful and I'm lucky to be part of an organization that allows us to be who we are freely and to have the impact in our future generations. As part of the executive team, it's important for us to acknowledge our students' needs, acknowledge what our community is striving and hungry for. Many people want to learn. Our youth are hungry. They want to know more. They want to learn more. And we always say knowledge is power. But how do we translate that knowledge in a good way that they're going to retain it? And how can they walk away from, even if it's 5 minutes spending with somebody that they may have never met before? How do you build that impact in them in a good way that they can carry that through their life and allow them to address whatever is within them that needs to be addressed. And sometimes we don't know that immediate impact until we see them years and years down the road. And I'm very fortunate enough. I welcome Nina and Auntie Diane Goodwill. And Joe, thank you for taking the time to come and be present tonight and spend these few hours with us and for us to continue. So this is something that we want to start doing as a university, to provide these opportunities of learning, as well as opening doors for people and bringing everybody together, because that's what we're based on. We're based on kin. We're based on knowledge systems that, yes, there's some of them are in textbooks, but some of the most key learnings come through here and what's shared through the mouth and from here. And so with that, thank you all for coming this evening. Thank you for taking part in this event, and I look forward to sitting and listening and sharing of stories. Padamyane.
Thank you, Tara. So this event is a collaboration between Knowledge Keeper Dennis Omisu, who you've heard speak earlier, and the First Nations University. So thank you again, Dennis, for lifting the pipe and the ceremony at the feast. We're going to ensure that we follow traditions here, and we've been doing so for quite some time now. The Regina campus is situated on the Star Blanket Cree Nation, the Red Dog Urban Reserve on Treaty 4 territory, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and homeland of the Métis Nation. Our Saskatoon and Northern campuses are situated on Treaty 6 territory, and a welcome to them if they're listening at home. We'll get right to this first speaker here right now. Her name is Nina Wilson, and I have quite a long bio here, but I'm just going to kind of shorten it because she's going to talk about who she is and her stories that she'll share. They'll come up here. Nina will come up here and she'll talk from up here. There's seats there. We'll get her some water. You can walk around. She can walk around and talk, just so you guys are aware how you want to do this. So Nina Wilson, a proud Plains Cree Nakota Dakota woman, resides on Kakawishtahow First Nation in southeastern Saskatchewan. She's a dedicated advocate for blending Western academia with traditional Indigenous knowledge, creation stories, focusing on trauma, recovery, grieving, cultural revitalization, and community empowerment. Drawing on traditional medicines and Cree Nakota teachings and protocols, Nina's recovery approach centers on the power of language and cultural identity. Now, I'll let her talk about this because there's a lot of interesting things in this bio, but probably more interesting when you hear from her. So welcome, Nina Wilson.
Nichimak sinay sinoyan pago kamamatsi sewatsit ktaskwa kian siga sunt pitako kasni pesos ko egwa kisan pesos ko ochinia kakwishtaho. I give thanks to the First Nation University for inviting me to come and share. I wasn't too sure what my little brain was going over here, sitting with my back to everyone. Like, am I going to sit here with my back to? But I like to talk about creation stories. I like to talk about the origin of everything, because I feel if we don't know why we're doing what we're doing, we're not going to be attached to it. Our kids are not going to be attracted to it, and we're just going through the motions. And to me, that's not good enough. I need us to have a deep understanding of who we are. And that's not going to happen if we don't understand where things come from and how things come to be. And you can't have that without language. Language is very, very important, but also think about it this way. I work with gangsters too. They speak fluent Cree. The spirit is missing in their language. So even though they're fluent, there's a part of them that's missing. So fluency is one thing, but you have to make a braid of that fluency, that spirit, and that intent with the language. If one of those is missing, it's not going to be effective. So I want you to know that it's not your fault if you don't know those things, but you have a responsibility as a male and a female adult to get your language. You have to go past that fear. You have to push and go get that language, because if you don't go get it, you're just walking around a brown person with that's hollow. Our language makes us who we are. So I like to practice my language. I'm not fluent by any means. I like to speak the Dakota and Nakota language too. The Nakota language is very interesting. It's very different than the other two. It has its own unique way. So when I come to share stories, I work with lots of kids, and I've been to a lot of places where they ask for stories, and they don't know what to call us, so they just call us storytellers. But a lot of the stories we tell are atayok and nachimuan. They're sacred spirit stories that they belong with a certain teaching, a certain ceremony, a certain star constellation. They're like a bundle all together. So when we tell these stories, we know that we're sharing a part of our history. We're sharing a part of who we are, but we're also we have responsibility to those stories. So we fast. We fast, and we put ourselves through some things that help us to give back to those spirits that we're borrowing this knowledge from. I don't own this. I don't own any of this. All of this belongs to you. This is all yours. But you have to go and get it. Just the same way I did. I had to spend many, many hours seeking knowledge and traveling, spending a lot of my own money going to look for myself, and not really having that access to my grandparents the way I once did. So if you have that access to knowledge keepers that are close by, go there before it's too late, because they leave, and then we're looking for ourselves all over again. So I want to tell you a little bit of my journey to do this. I went everywhere for the past probably 2-3 decades looking for these stories. And I'd find storytellers, and they were all amazing. I have very beautiful mentors that have helped shape what I do. Some of them are no longer here, but the ones that are here, they've helped me tremendously to become who I am. So I went searching for these stories, and I often found the women were missing, the grandmothers were missing, the female atayogan, the spirit knowledge of those female grandmothers were missing. I'd hear a version of the story, but there would be a part of it missing because the females were missing. So I made it a mission to go look. And because of our history and our colonialism and the oppression we've suffered, sometimes the stories I'd hear weren't so appealing. They were kind of sad in a way. I'd hear from a human version that was injured by colonialism tell me a story that women we were just meant to have children and to be accessible. And that's not the truth. Our women hold a lot of responsibility and a lot of accountability to our children, so we have to be sort of like on top of things with that. So when I started to look for these stories, I started to really heal that part of myself that was injured and wounded by that. And I'm still on that journey. I'll never be done. But I started to learn about stories that I teach young kids. Back home, we have Matutsan, a sweat lodge in the back of our house, and we utilize that with the school. The school from pre-K up to kindergarten to grade 12, they come. And I want them to understand what they're doing. Why are they doing what they're doing? We have Cree in our school now, where they're learning Cree very fast. And so we teach them everything from the pipe story, the story of the pipe. Where did that come from? What is that story? The story of the sweat lodge. What is that story? The story of the willow. There's so many stories of everything I'm talking about here. So one of the things I talk about is one of our most famous rock stars of all story characters is Wisaki Chuck. He's just one of many. And but he's the one that's most closely relatable because he's in mainstream curriculum now. And so this spirit was born, and the spirit was born to a mother who was a very powerful being, and her name was Winonis, and she kept care of all the plants and the medicines that grow. She's the one that is responsible for that. So as she was giving birth to him, she died. So as she died, as she was dying, she knew that he had no one because his father was the Yutin, was the wind. Is the wind ever in one place? The wind is always moving. So he was not a suitable person to take care of Wisakichak. So Wisakichak was alone, and he had no one, but a grandmother stepped forward to raise him. And her name was Tipiskau Pisim Notugo, and that's our full moon grandmother. So this full moon grandmother stepped forward to raise him and to take care of him and to make sure that he had what he needed to live in this world. And she's a very kind, loving grandmother. And so when she took on to care for him, there was other grandmothers that worked with her. These other grandmothers were, one of them that comes to mind is Notugo Tayogan. She helps make medicines, but she also teaches our people how to cope with, or how to console the living and how to console the dead. Because when you leave from this world and you go to the next place, you have to cope with that journey. You have to cope with what you've done. Maybe you were a part of the reason why you are on that journey. And so there's been many times where we've been in ceremony and we know that somebody's traveling to the next place that they need to go to. They say the happy hunting ground. Some people call it heaven. Whatever way you look at it, they're all the same place. So the reason why I tell these stories is because Anihiosko, I'm also Nakorowi, and I believe very strongly that we need to tell these stories because they teach us about who we are. And not only that, they protect us. Because these stories have protocol, they're protocols. They're protocols to each and every lodge that we have. And what they do is they keep us from getting ourselves into trouble, making up stuff. That's what a protocol does. A protocol keeps you from making up things, creating things when you're not a spirit yet. You don't have that right. So we have the Crees from Rocky Boy, Minnestickwin, Kakawishtaha, all the Cree territory, we all have a protocol. And they're pretty much all the same straight across. You'll see variations of teachings just simply mostly because of geography. Some places don't have trees like other places, things like that. So pretty much they're pretty much the same. And so what that does is it keeps out people or anyone that's making things to be where they do it their way. What does that mean? I want you young people to question everything. Question, what does that mean when you say, I do it my way? If you do it your way, where did that come from? Make sure, because there's so much going on right now, chaotic, that we need to really protect these rites of passage stories, these Atayoka and Timuan. We have to protect them because they help us to run our lodges. They're not just something to do on a evening where we're bored. My kids grew up hearing stories like this at bedtime. I slept with my grandmother. I used to sleep with her and I'd listen to her. She'd tell stories. And she was very much of a medicine person. And so she would tell stories about how did this root come to be? Where did this root come from? What type of relationship to the world does this root have? What kind of relationship does this grass have? The sweet grass, where does it come from? What job does it have to do? What does it have to do with a human being? So all of these things are really interesting, and I want you to ask questions. You may not get your answers right away. Do it properly. Do it with tobacco. This right here will open doors for you. If you don't utilize this, you may be like this, knocking for a long time. No one's home. Come back tomorrow. You need to make sure you bring this, because I know lots of elders, they'll play the duck. They'll pretend they don't know something. until you properly treat them with respect and give them what they need. Not for them to be greedy, but to show how bad you want something. I assembled myself for many years. Sometimes I'd go to lodges and I'd get almost like I'd get slapped because I would feel so humiliated by being told to go or to do certain things. And I'd feel offended. But I learned how to let that go. And I learned how to keep seeking. And I'm glad I did, because now I see what it has helped me develop my children. And for that, I'm very grateful. So this Notugo Ski, she's another grandmother. She's or Ogemawa Ski Notugo. She's the grandmother of the land. She's one of the grandmothers that we utilize in our prayers. This Tipaskal Pisam Notugo, she's the one that helps all the water flow in the world. If you think you have power, look in the sky. That's where the power is. Me, I'm not Wisaki-chaka. I can't grow a tree. I can't turn the sky green. I don't have no power. I just have tools. The tools have the power. We're just humans, earth people. We have none of those things. And so that's why we struggle so much. We struggle a lot. So this Wisaki-chak being raised by Tipskal Pisam Notugo, she has many teachings. Lots of you have heard of them from probably your own grandparents and from your own people, wherever you come from. We also call her Hawi. There's another term we use for her, and there's stories that tell why she's far out in the sky, why she's far away, and why she comes and she meets the sun every day. They're brothers and sisters, the sun and the moon, and they were separated. And so for a brief time, they get to see each other. And they're very happy when they get to see each other. That's why they say, get up in the morning when the sun and the moon are coming together. That's a time of wisdom. That's a time when you're getting really smart. This is the time you usually see our old people sitting up. They're up already when the sun's coming up. They're already ready for the day, sitting there. And that's just a natural thing that it's in their DNA to do this. And so these two get together and they visit family. And they teach us about, respecting your siblings. Don't have falling outs with them. Don't push them away. You'll miss them. You'll miss them sometime down the road. So these lodge helpers that I'm talking about, they're also very good at, when I say consoling the living and the dead, that's who we ask to help us when we console. I do a lot of work around trauma recovery. And at first, when I first started doing this work, it was very westernized. And I felt like something was missing. So I started realizing that our stories, even the Matutsan, the story of the Sweat Lodge, is a story that has to do with, grieving, the loss. The original Matutsan, the original story of the sweat, we can have a sweat for any reason. But the original story of the sweat is to teach about how to grieve. It's a crying lodge. It's a place to go to cry. And when you look at those willows themselves, we call them teardrops, marks on those willows. That's how you know what willows are the right ones to go get. So those things about that willow there's so many teachings about that willow. Even there's stories even about the Tastenwak, the in-between people, the people that are two-spirited, they call them now. Those stories are in part of that willow story. So this, when Waisakichak was born, of course, he has his own home now. You all see the brightest star in the sky? That's where he lives. He has a family. He has a partner. They have children. There's stories there. They'll branch out. Every story will branch out in at least 4 or 5 different stories. That's why I like stories. You're never bored. And I hear different Cree speakers telling these stories. Right now I'm working with our people, our Buffalo people, Ocheti Shikomi. We're working on our Nakota stories according to the female perspective, because that's what's missing again. So we're slowly assembling those and putting them together so that we have access to them for our kids, right? Our kids need them. So this story of Wisaki-chak, he wasn't the only one that Tipiskau Pisam Notugo, the only one that she raised. She also raised the Chagipis. The Chagipis is the one that was given, him and his sister were given the sweat lodge, the Matutsan. The sweat lodge came from death, from the loss of the parents. These children are orphans. They no longer had their parents, and they were grieving. And this is the lodge that they were given to give to the people so that they could teach the people how to grieve from loss. And that's what our people don't know how to do. We don't know how to mourn. We don't know how to grieve unless we get involved in our ceremonies. When I do the trauma recovery work that I do, I always incorporate these stories, and I always incorporate the teachings of grief and mourning and loss, because that's one of the main reasons why we're mourning. It's because we don't know who we are, and that's not a good place to be sitting. If anyone has ever felt like you don't understand yourself or you don't know where you come from, that doesn't feel good. So that's a place where a lot of our people are sitting. So this Achagipis and his sister were given this sweat lodge, and their parents were murdered. So some of our stories are not like I have to be careful with some of our stories with the little ones. I don't tell some of our real rowdy stories to our little ones because you can't, right? There's certain stories that I won't tell them because that's not their place yet. But the stories that they do need to hear are about stories like this one. This is why we can never be mean to an orphan. There's a law. We can't be mean to those orphans because of what the Chagipis and Niguan went through. They lost their parents and they had nobody. So this is another teaching that I'm trying to just skim over things fast because these stories, there's so many of them. And so these little children, they had no parents, and they were given this sweat lodge. And this is why all our Cree lodges, they face south. Our Cree lodges face south for a reason. There's a reason why our pipes are carried really low to the ground. Why? Teach our children these teachings so that they understand when they go to a feast what's going on. Some of our own adults don't know these stories, and that's okay. It's because of what happened to us. But we can't always blame that on why we don't know. We have to be brave and go step forward and start picking these things up as adults. As adults, we're expected to make a living. As adults, we're expected to get therapy. As adults, you're expected to go get your language. Go get it. It's yours. It never got lost. It's still there. So these teachings, these protocols are important to talk about. There's so many creation stories and so many storytellers that, let's say this is one paper that shows all the stories. I probably know this one letter right here. And there's so many other storytellers that are so complex and beautiful. And I rely on them when I need to remember, because it's like walking into Grey's Anatomy, episode 14, whatever, 22. You don't know what's going on. You go walking into this episode, you know what's happening. You're like, what? What's happening here? Until you start picking this one and this one, they start connecting. Oh, okay, that's why this and that's why that, right? So our stories are like that. They can become very complex and almost like we have to piece the puzzle together. And they were made that way on purpose because everything was stolen from us. Everything was stolen from our kids to our land to our medicines, everything. So we have to keep certain ways of sharing things to ourselves. And if that sounds offensive, I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend anybody. That's just the way I was told. So I share these stories with all kinds of people from all different societies, different cultures. They have their stories too. When my youngest son was a little boy, he ran in the house one time. He was probably about 7 or 8 years old. He had 3 little buddies with him. I don't know what cultures they were, some other cultures, but they all stopped. I fed them, and I asked them what their names were. And he said, guess what, Mom? They have spirit names too. So all those little boys told their spirit names to me. And I thought that was pretty cool that they were from India or wherever they were from, some of them, and they had those names. So this whole seeking of stories is important. The reason I seek the women teachings is because we're almost erased. If you look at any book in history, especially in Europe, you're going to see John Smith, wife has no name. You won't know who she is. She's erased. It's happening here. And we need to elevate our women again and bring our women forward. My grandmother was very well known for a lot of things, and I'm really proud to be her granddaughter. She was very well known for medicine and things like that, and so I'm grateful that she was one of my teachers. My mother was one of my teachers. She pushed me hard, didn't give me excuses. I cried to her one time. I was going to school like this. I was crying to my mom. She sat and listened to me for a while, and she said, "That building you're talking about, there's a book in there. There's a book in there for everything you're crying about right now. There's a book in there. You're not looking for it hard enough. What? There's no book of your culture and your language. You should be crying about that." So I didn't get pitied for that. It changed my perspective, though. Every time I walked into an institute of learning, I started to put myself first. My hinihio mamtinichigan, my Cree way of thinking, my Cree mindset always came first. And I started either at taking other knowledge in and using it for the benefit of how I'm going to live, or I'll just put it over here. It doesn't suit me right now. And I didn't have to do that with disrespect or anything, but I always put my own way of thinking first. And that taught me how to do that. I like to spend time learning these stories, and lots of times you have to go back into history. And they're not just stories that are like tales and fables you hear. Even the word itself, story, it implies it's a lie. The English language is very dangerous. It makes it sound like it's not real. But they're real, these stories. We've only been colonized under 200 years here. Think about how old Treaty 4 is. We were here before Treaty 4 too. So these stories are not that old, and we haven't been colonized long enough for us to lose that. So we're really working hard to keep those. And so we want to teach these certain different things. Back home, I know I go around in circles when I talk. Back home, we have these kids that come to the sweats. Now they know why we offer yellow, why we offer blue, why we offer red, why we offer white, why we offer floral, why there's beadwork in the shape of florals on our beadwork. We also have geometrics in our Cree culture too. And so there's very little people left that understand those designs. And those were saved for us. They were hidden right under our nose because we were allowed to perform. We weren't allowed to be Indians, but we were allowed to perform. So we kept a lot of our teachings hidden, and we'd bring them out now and then. Sometimes we'd even have a feast right under their nose because we were allowed to perform. So we made sure we were following protocol, and we had certain things happen for us that way. So there's another spirit I like talking about. This one is the oldest of all of them. She predates Wisakichak. Her name is Nyanamis. She's an old grandmother. I like talking about her. I like talking about stories in terms of when I try to remind people of how old a story is, I'll tell them this predates the Great Flood story. This story predates the Matutsan story. This one predates, I'll talk about it in that way. So then we can kind of get a timeline. And the reason why our stories differ so much, like I said, I could know this one little letter on this page of storytelling is because we've had several extinctions, just the same as in Western culture. We've had extinctions too. So every time an extinction happens, our stories change a little bit and our beings change. We no longer are mantuak, or tayoganak. Now we're just human. We're human beings. We're another level of being. And so when we leave, what are we next? You know, there'll be stories about us. They'll be talking about us. So I like talking also about the spirits that help us understand who we are and how they are a part of our ceremonies. Why do we have, a certain stone sitting inside that ceremony? You go into a Sundance Lodge and you look at that tree and you look down and you see there's a stone sitting in a certain direction. Why is that? What does that stone mean? What does these things mean? You're scared to ask. Don't be scared to ask questions. Me, I must annoy people. Why? I'm always asking questions, always asking, but always ask with this. A lot of times I'm just piling up my closet with Pendleton star blankets because I know I'm going to give them away. And those old people like that, and they appreciate being treated well. So when I go gift them, I don't just give them an old $10 Tim Hortons card, and I give them something that's good. and I try to treat them well. So if you're looking for yourself, you better start looking at the sky. There you are. You're in those stars up there. Those stories are all connected to those stars. There's a lot of Atayogan stories that I like telling. That Xeno Atayogan, Old Man Stone, he was the first one given a job by the creator. You know, we have these hair bundles in our family. When I pass, my hair is going to go in those bundles. That bundle has my mother's hair, has my sister's hair, it has my relatives' hair. My hair will go into that bundle. And that's the story of, the part of the story of Xeno Atayoga. And there's not enough time in 1 hour to tell you, but just get the gist of things. If you don't know and you feel like, oh, I tried to go there and they didn't really receive me well, you're going in there with Muniao eyes. You need to go in there with Nihil Mamtanichigan, your Cree way of thinking. No one's going to come run and serve you right away. You have to, they're busy. People are busy. You have to understand sometimes they weren't able to tell things right on the spot. But when we teach at home, when we bring the kids from the school, I'm gonna sit on this. I feel like I'm gonna slide away. I'll be just sitting in the back of that little teepee room after, telling stories to myself. so, so what I like to do when these kids come is I tell them the stories of how the sweat came to be. And so I'll give you a brief little story about that one. It won't take too long because I know that we don't have enough time, but there was this was long ago. This was way when our people were allowed to live anywhere. We could live anywhere we wanted. There was no such thing as Treaty 4 or Kakawishta or Pepikisi. There was nothing. We lived all over these lands. We had access to everything. So we could live in collectives, like bands, or we could live with just families. We could live by ourselves even. Mind you, probably not too many people lived alone because it's a hard life. So this family, this mom and dad, they lived with their two little children. They're probably about 8 or 9 winters old. When we say winters, we're describing the age of someone. And that person is winters because they've actually survived this winter. I can say I'm almost 57 years winters, and I almost made it. You know, it's an achievement to survive winter back then. That's why we called ourselves by winters. So these little children are about 8 or 9 winters old, and they lived with their parents, and their parents, it was relatively safe. There's no such thing as ICFS, nothing like that, right? No one's gonna come haul them away. And the parents wanted to go get what they needed, supplies, so they left. They told their son, no, Chagapis, they told him, son, before we leave, we want to tell you that we're going to leave half of these food stores for you, and you're going to keep the other half, and we're going to go get supplies like meat. It comes from a family of hunters. We're going to go get meat, we're going to go get berries, we're going to go get medicine, me and your mom. So they left. They went south. They left south and they walked. So long ago, they used to call our people walker. We used to walk everywhere. I don't know if you remember those boys that walked a long time ago, about 12 years ago. They were called the Nishu. They're James Bay Cree. They walked across the land to go see the prime minister. They didn't walk on the highways. They didn't walk on the roads. They walked across the land, and they took their elders with them, and they camped on the lands, the Nishu. So that's one of the reasons why they did that is because that's what we do. And so they went and this mom and dad left, and this boy and his sister were left home, and they were safe. There's nothing really going to bother them. They were taught about how to look after themselves. And back then, we didn't have a word for teenager and Cree. We didn't have those words. There was no such thing. You were either a man or a woman, or a child, or an adult like that. And so this family left. This mom and dad left, and they were gone for some days now. So Chagapis started to worry. He started to worry about it and think, where's my mom and dad? I don't know what to do here. So he left too. He went and he told his baby sister, Nikwan, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to leave this stuff with you, this food, these things that you need. I'll be back. So him too, he went south. He went in the direction his parents left. And that's why all our lodges are facing south. And so he left following his parents. He went, and days and days and days he walked. Now coming on the 4th day, he was really tired and he was really worried, and he was going to this one valley, and he knew better to go there. because that valley was not something they were encouraged to go through. And our people, we always ask permission when we go to each other's territories. We weren't like just walking in like we owned the place. So he knew, but he also knew that he was little and he needed to get over that side and it would take really long going all the way around. So he just cut down the valley he was going and he seen a fire down at the bottom. He seen a bright orange light and he knew that was a fire and he was really happy to see that. So he made his way to this fire and he got closer and closer. And as he got closer, he's getting excited. He's getting happy. He's like, I see my mom and dad. Yes. And then he realized, this is not my mom and dad. These are not even people. And these two beings sitting there, one turned and looked. These two big mistapel, these Bigfoot, they were looking at him. And they got up very quickly. And one went straight to him 2 steps, and he was with that Chagapis, and he took him by the arm and he says, what are you doing here? Why are you here? How did you get here? You know, wouldn't you be freaked out if you were a Bigfoot and this little kid pops out of nowhere? You'd be kind of freaked out too, right? So this little Chagapis, he was scared. He was scared of this mistapel, and he was worried, right? He was really afraid of this being. And he was told a lot of things about these beings, and so he was afraid of them. And so he couldn't argue with this Bigfoot. So he went with him, and this Bigfoot took him home. And these Bigfoot made a bed for him, and so he laid down. He couldn't sleep. He was too scared. He's laying there and thinking. Sure enough, a few hours go by, and it's really dark out, and he could hear these two Mistapel just deeply. They're in deep sleep, sleeping. They're snoring. So he's laying there, and just at that time when the sun and the moon get together, the brother and sister come together, there's a certain form, there's a certain combination of colors. That's where we get our Cree colors from. This combination of colors starting to form in the sky, and it's bringing light into this lodge. And he looks down and he sees his dad's hunting bag, and his heart sank. And he pulls it over, and he sees his mom's gathering bag, and his heart dropped, and he's got scared, and he's like, oh no. So he took that mogaman out of that hunting bag, big mogaman, and he went to that mistapeo and he took them out. So like I said again, our stories are not always like, I got in a heck one time. I was told, Nina, gather storytellers, send them to the library. So I did. And they're phoning me, oh my God, you sent some rowdy storytellers over here. It's like, well, you wanted authentic Cree stories, you're getting them, right? So he did what he had to do, and he immediately left. And he was crying. Took his dad's bag, his mom's bag, and he ran home. He ran home now north. And they say when you're looking for yourself and you're really hurting, that's the direction that you face, is the north. And so that's the way he ran. He ran home. And he took him days. The first night, he couldn't sleep. He was too lonely, too hurt. Then he fell into sleep, and his family came to him in his dream. It was his dad. His dad was a Chagapis. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but your instinct is right. I'm no longer here in this world. I've left, and I didn't mean to leave you. I'm so sorry, Chagapis. But if you give me time, I'll teach you how to build a structure. And if you build that structure, you will come and see you all the time in that structure. And he said, yes, I will. And morning time came and he ran. Now he had hope. He was still crying, though, running home. He was carrying his mom and dad's bags, smelling them, lonely, running home, still kind of in shock. And the next night, he fell asleep again, and his dad taught him all the songs and all the teachings he needed to have this structure that he needed to build. So he ran again the next night, and the next night he was able to rest, and he's seen his mother this time. He heard his mother, I should say. She came to him in his dream, and she told him the same thing. I'm sorry, Chagapis. I'm sorry that I left you. I didn't mean to go, but I'm no longer in this world. But if you listen to me and your father, we have something to give you that you can share with people, and they'll all be able to spend time with us. You'll be able to spend time with us every time you go in there. So he said yes, and he ran and he ran. So now he gets home. He sees his little sister, and he's so happy to see her. He hugs her. He hugs her and she's hugging him and they're happy. And then she notices, well, where's our mom and dad? How come you have their bags? Where are they? And he told her, I have to tell you something. He said, I'm sad to tell you this, but he told them what had happened to their parents. She immediately broke. She was crying and grieving and really wailing. See, back then we used to have people, they were literally called wailers. They would cry like that, hard, almost scare people how hard they'd cry. Now, today, we hear people like that. 911, we're phoning 911 right away, right? There's something wrong with them. They're there to unlock us. So this Achagapis, he told her, he let her cry for a while, and then he told her, Niguan, if we build this structure, they're gonna come there. They're gonna come in there and they're gonna come and see us. She said, let's do it. So they built this. Took them all day. They started early in the morning. That's when you're supposed to build your lodges, early in the morning. It's not just because, right? It's because that's when the willows are supple. They're full of moisture. They're easy to move. By high noon, you should have that lodge up because that's the highest point in the sky at that time. So they built this structure. They built this matutsan. And they went inside. When they brought their water, they brought what they needed in there, and they started to pray. They prayed the way that Achagapis was taught by the spirits, his parents. So while they were praying that first round they sat in, they could hear all kinds of people talking in there. Their deceased late grandparents and different people they'd never seen for a long time. They were all talking in there. So Miguan, she was curious. She crawled to the door and flipped it open. And she looked, and she didn't see anybody. And so the next time, the Chagapis told her, close the door, sister, and we'll start again. So she does. She closed the door, and they start again. Again, now, they hear the voice of the father speaking. And he's telling his daughter, I'm sorry I left you. I didn't mean to leave you. And she was so overcome with emotion, but she crawled to the door. She wanted to see her dad. Flipped it open again. There's nobody, just the Chagapis sitting there. So then she's, closing the door again. Achagapis said, close the door. So she does. So she closes the door. Now this time, she hears her mother speaking, this third time. And she broke down crying super hard, wailing and crying and just full of emotion, really intense. And it got really, really hot in there. And that's why they say that third round is so hot. That's usually what they call the doctoring round. But that by right, if a woman that holds that pail, she should be splashing on that round. So she was talking to her daughter in there. She was telling her, Mikwan, I'm so sorry I left you. I didn't mean to. And this is where we're at now. But I'm so glad that you're here to come and see me. Anytime you call me in here, I'll come. So she was crying hard, and she crawled to the door because she wanted to see her mom, and she flipped it open and she looked. And there was nobody in there, just a Chagapis. And he told her, close the door, sister. So she does. And there's nothing now, no voices. Oh yeah, the Chagapis said, this is the time where we're to give thanks for everything, for the time we were allowed to speak to our parents. So I'm going to tell you right now, if you're grieving, anybody here, go to those places. Go to that matutsan. Go there. No one's going to know if you're crying because everybody's going to be puffy and red in there. No one's going to hear you because they're going to be singing loud. No one's going to hear you. That's a good place to go and release in that place. And even if you don't cry, your body's going to cry. And you're still going to sweat involuntarily. There's no way you can stop it. So you're releasing in there. So that's one of the stories that we carry. This is a really short version of it. This is one of the stories we carry about where that comes from, where that matutsan comes from. Why do we call it a crying lodge? And that's the story of Achagapis and his little sister, Mikwan. And so I hope that story was a good one for you. And I know it's short, it was fast, speedy one. There's more stories. Maybe signal me when I'm getting close because I'm pretty much. Okay, because I can sit here all night. So I like to tell those stories, and all our children at the school, they know this story. And we test them. We'll tell them part of the story, and then what happened. Then they'll chime in with what happened, and they'll chime in with, this is what happened, this is what happened. And those little kids in there at home, when we're running that sweat, they crawl in. And I remember one little kid saying to me, which side should I go on? And I thought about that, and I said, what side do you feel you belong on? I feel like I need to be on that side. And they all know that the females sit facing east. So the women will sit that way. At any ceremony, you see horse dance, chicken dance, we're all sitting in the east. And there's a reason why we're sitting there, and there's no men sitting there. Now on the west, there's no men sitting there, because our men are not to be sitting around at any ceremony. You're to work. And we tell our children this, and all those little boys know this. So little girls, like these little girls that are sitting here, 7, 8 years old, they're helping with the pipe. They're helping with making the tobacco. We make these, we go cut sometimes we go cut the birch bark or the bark off the tree, and we make our own offering plate. We'll make our own offering dish right from the land. And we bring women out to teach them how to make those. It's simple. We used to always do this. And we stopped doing this because of convenience or whatever. So we're starting to do it again. And all these kids know why we have sweat. They know why we have a pipe. They know the story of the tobacco. They know these stories from our community. I want my community children to be very culturally competent and to be speaking their language, and they are. They're starting to speak their language. And when they first started, they were very scared, just like anybody else. But you could see them grow so much with the language. So we try to teach these stories as much as we can in the language, because they're not going to understand, right? But still tell it anyways, and then try to break it down into English. And I have a son-in-law who's very fluent in Cree, so he helps with the stories as well. And we're all becoming more and more fluent. Our kids are becoming fluent, and there's not going to be anyone in this world who knows 100% fluency. There's nobody. You're always going to be learning a new word, or the way we look at it is, if you're going to be a hunter, what are you going to need to know terms for driving a bus for? Don't waste your time. Learn the terms that you are interested in. I pick a lot of medicine, so I learn all the terms of the medicine, the altitudes, the how to get places, and what tools I need. I'm not going to learn about baking cakes, because I don't bake cakes. Like, that's not my thing, right? So some people, it's good for them, right? But me, I'm not that way. So I don't learn those terms. Learn what you're interested in. And even a fluent fisherman isn't going to know all the terms of somebody that's hunter, or somebody that's looking at the stars and all that. They're not going to know. So that's just how it is. So learn what you're comfortable with. Learn what you really want to find interested in. I hope you find interest in our story. Don't just take our stories. Try to give something back to those storytellers, because they've spent their whole entire life gathering these stories, fasting for these stories, dancing for these stories, creating a way to give back for themselves. Offer them, some of our most renowned storytellers, Jerry Saddleback, Ken Saddleback, Charles Sokoipanes, people like that, they all have some very powerful language. They use the language, it's really strong with them. So try to find a way to incorporate language into these stories that you're going to need. You're going to need them. Whether you want to do ceremonial things or not, you can't move forward without them. You have to know why. Why do we have a pipe ceremony? Why do we eat moose nose? Why do we make woho, right? Why do we make popcorn? Why do we make that? Why do we make those things? There's reasons why we make them. There's stories about why we make them and how we make them. And so I don't mean to come here and just tell you what to do, but try to find a way to incorporate stories into your life, because you're going to need them. We're oral people. This is why we're repetitive. The Crees are repetition, 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 over and over and over and over and over till it's in there. I know men who carry about 8 or 9 different lodges and they're still serving soup. There's still oskapiosak. We're build up your oskapiosak, your male helpers, and build up your awichitasu, your female helpers. It literally means you're an essential person. We can't do anything without you. That's what my grandpa used to say. You need to be that essential person. They can't move forward without you. They have to come and get you because they need you. So teach those kids those essential learnings, those tools. And if you have a chance to have, summertime, go out on the land. We go after the wood ticks, of course. The wood ticks are going to come and do their thing. Once the wood ticks are gone, we're up in the hills. And just us. We're testing each other about our stories. We'll tell each other stories. We'll test each other about what we know. And then we start growing and developing. And then we go sit with those orators too. And we get lessons there. So incorporate stories into your life like your life depends on them, because it kind of does. We wouldn't be here where we are today without them. So I just want to thank the university for having me. I want to thank my community for believing in me that way, and for the other storytellers here today. They have lots to share with you, a lot of teachings. I know they do. I know who they are, and they have a lot to share. So thank you once again for having me here. Aye.
Just stay there for a second. Thank you. Just stay there for a
Okay.
second.
This thing fell off. That's the one.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nina. I just
I
want to
knocked
say
this
that
off.
listening to Nina's stories is it's we're learning so much. Even for all of us here, a lot of us probably didn't know the meaning of why the lodges face south. The meaning, we know there's a reason for it, but thank you, Nina, for sharing that story to us. We'll remember that it's not just about listening either; it's about hearing. I've always knew that when I'm listening to stories, I could easily just listen to it and walk away and and do a story on that. But to me, it's more important to not just listen, but to hear it and to share it and pass it on also, which I've been doing for years. And while we prepare for our next guest here, I just want to thank Nina once again, but I want to give her a gift. So while she's getting mic'd up, I just want to share a quick story here because Nina's story reminded me of something, and how the wailing, that kind of, you can come up. I'll introduce you in a second. So while our next speaker is getting ready here, I just want to share a really quick story about sound, noises, how we deal with emotions. I was traveling North Saskatchewan one day up to Buffalo Narrows, doing a story on an event, and Chris Najikota, he was with me, and we were driving on the road, driving down the road, and my wife calls and says, "Nelson, while you're up there, pick some blueberries." And I'm like, "What, blueberries? How would I even know how to find blueberries? I'm from Pegasus. We don't have blueberries there." So we're driving up north, thinking that would be a really good idea because it was August. They were prime at that time. So we're driving down the road, and we see a moose, a, a, a mother moose and a calf. They're walked across the road, middle of nowhere. And I decided, let's follow it. Let's just follow it. We're not going to chase it. There was a little back road. It went down the back road. It walked. It was walking calmly, and we had our car, and we were just driving and following it. It wasn't panicked. We weren't rushing. We weren't chasing it, but it led us down this little road, and then it walked away. So that's enough. We just wanted to just be one with nature. And when we stopped, all we saw was a field of blueberries. Everywhere we looked, there was blueberries. It was so unintentional for us to do that, but I knew there's a sign there. Yes, they were leading us to the blueberries so we took time. The next day, we picked 2 buckets of blueberries and went home. My wife made pie. So The next speaker here, I want to remind you another housekeeping thing. We do have some food and drinks over there, so if you want to grab something, you can. Just try not to disturb or upset the speaker with too much noise. But our next speaker is very well known in the community. Elder Diane Goodwill is from Standing Buffalo, Dakota Nation. She's a grandmother and lifelong advocate for speaking our languages. Welcome, Diane.
Kota naha lama kota hemie. Good evening everyone. First and foremost, I want to say Nina mo pidatanka chichiapie for the prayers. I came, with a heavy heart because this is where some of my loved ones spend time sharing their knowledge, their teachings, their wisdom. They walked the halls or sat in the circles or was their last day here. So with that, when I came to realize that there was a feast that was to take place, in the happenings in carrying out the feast, the prayers that were done, those spirits were here. They were here with us. And I am grateful for the prayers. And they stayed right through. And I'm very grateful for knowing that you were all taking part in feeding those spirits, and for all the rest that spent time here and that have traveled to the other camp. I'm really grateful because all of you that contributed to that feast, you will get taken care of 10 times fold in certain ways, different ways, whether if it's your health or some guidance, various things that you may need. Your food contribution to that spirit dish will help you. It's going to take you a long way. So in the future, when they ask, or even if they don't ask, when you contribute, throughout those prayers, you will be taken care of. So I come from the Standing Buffalo Dakota Nation. I am Dakota and Lakota. My parents, my father was from Standing Buffalo, a descendant and following of Tatanka Yutaka, Sitting Bull, along with the ancestors of Tatanka Naji, Standing Buffalo, Chief Standing Buffalo. And on my mother's side, we are descendants right from Sitting Bull. We are Unkpapa Lakota. Naha Wichiala Oyate, that's the Tioshpaye on my mother's side that I come from, the bloodlines that I carry. I'm grateful. I'm very grateful today. At times, I walk with a heavy heart, but at the same time, being brought up with the teachings of who I am. What is life? And what is life at the other camp? It's how we live our life here on Unchimakha, Mother Earth, that counts. Because when we talk about Chankuduta, that red road, we need to prepare ourselves every day, with all the teachings that encompass who you are as the nation that you represent and the bloodlines that you carry. It's been quite a journey for me. I spent many years. I'm 73 this year, and I spent many years working for our people. I spent 7 years with my community. And in that time, I had an opportunity to do what I needed to do to take care of me and to really strengthen and enrich who I am. So, spending that 7 years in taking care of me, our community, I moved to take care of more people on the outside of our people. I worked as a mental health and addictions worker for many years. So altogether, I put in 50 years of my life working every day in the mental health, addictions, and culture. So back from the late 70s, I started to incorporate our culture within our workplace in the programs. And why? Because we need to know who we are. We need to know where we come from. We need to understand what are our values, what are our beliefs, what are our customs, what are our traditions. I had an opportunity to fill 25 years with the Tribal Council. So FHQ Tribal Council, which serve Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, Sault, and the Cree. So I had that opportunity to learn from all the knowledge keepers and the elders the proper protocols to work with them, to sit with our people in the big lodges, everything that pertained to their culture, to earn that spot, to be able to talk about things. Because that I did in my own, in Dakota and Lakota way of life. Sometimes, it's difficult to swallow once you're getting into the nitty-gritties of things, truthfully, the things that happened to our ancestors. But that takes that specific time to walk and to acknowledge those things, step by step, piece by piece, baby steps, to acknowledge them and to release them and let them go. Because then it's your time to learn. Then you begin to learn who you really are. You take that time. So when I focused in to help myself, I had to learn about my mother's bloodline, my bloodline, which is the Lakota. Unkpapa Lakota, we're Titwa. Took me time to figure it out and where my father came in along. Had to look at our ancestors, the backgrounds. In learning my mother's way, the life's way, she told me that we have to learn about our 7 campfires, their council fires, with an umbrella, which is called the Ocheti Shakoi. We are one of those campfires, she said. And within that campfire, we still are broken down to a smaller Tioshpaye, which we have our own along with the rest, like rules, regulations, policies. We have everything, she said. So I had to learn those. I had to learn what they are. And of course, our language was number one. Then she started to teach me about Ocheti Shakawi. So there's 7 council fires under that umbrella. We have Sisitwa, Wahpetwa, Wahpekute. The rest that came, there was some split, but we are all together today. And then I learned specifically from her about our values we call creators, way that we needed to follow, which we call them in Washitio and Monia way today, our values they refer to them, which is really, number one is respect. Some of them call them grandfather teachings. Well, this is what she told me. You remember the first one always, and that's respect. Because without respect, that's something that is not given. You earn that. And of course, with all the other teachings. And she told me, one day you are going to experience something that you're going to identify each one of those values. Not only honesty, caring, sharing, understanding, and there's many more. She said you're going to find them. And she also told me that the rights that we have, why did spell R-I-T-E-S today? I'm walking through that. Because number one, we talk about all our sacred ceremonies. We talk about the chanupa, the pipe. We talk about first the teachings that she gave with my grandfather, something that we had way before the chanupa, before the pipe, she said. Our Lakota people had the sweat lodge and the hambadecha. Inipikake, hina habadecha. We had those, she said, way back. That's what our people walked with for many years until it was trying times. And she said there was these 3 warriors, pardon me, that were told to go look out for buffalo because they were getting scarce. And so these 3 warriors did go. They went looking day after day for the buffalo because we come from the Buffalo Nation and we respect, live, and appreciate Tatanka. The Tatanko Yate, the Buffalo Nation. They served us everything. They'd never wasted anything from a buffalo when he gave his life or she gave her life to help our people to live and to survive. They looked. There's many stories and how this come about, how the chanupa came to our people. Well, for us, we were given this chanupa from the buffalo. When our people were suffering, this Wiyamaka, a spirit woman, she came to those warriors as they were tired and hungry, no food, no pemmican, no nothing. As they seen her coming in the distance, they were seeing something. As they were getting closer, they realized it was a very beautiful woman, all veiled in pure white buckskin. Beautiful as she was approaching them closer. And as they got closer to her, one of the men had thoughts he wanted to be with her, take her, to have her as his wife. And the other two told him not to think that way. That is no good. So as they got closer, Wia already knew what he was thinking. So what had happened was a cloud of dust came over that man that thought that way of her. And when it cleared up, there was just a pile of bones, dust. She disintegrated him. The other two took it very serious as they were older warriors. And they took it to heart what she told them. She said to go back to the camp. Have some things ready that I need, which is to open a teepee. Have it ready for me. I have something to bring. I'm going to bring this bundle. And she said, get ready. I will be there. And she told them all the specifics she needed. So they went back. They ran back. When they got back, they told their people what had happened. And of course, they listened because of one of their brothers was put down because of his negative thoughts. So in preparation, they got everything ready. And she did bring that bundle. She even instructed them how to set it up to hold that chanupa, that pipe. So when they did everything with the buffalo robes, they had everything, and she did come. She made her parents very slowly. And when she did, she sat with them for some time, but she taught them the songs that go hand in hand with the chanupa. Those special teachings of that stem for the male and the bowl that represent the female. Back in the day, it was that male's responsibility to look after those chanupas. And after her teachings of the songs that she wanted them to sing when they filled that pipe, she did, and they learned. And they all accept that they're going to walk with those teachings forever. And she said, one day I'll be back. And they wailed and cried. They didn't want her to leave because she was saving them. And she said, you have to have that belief. Your tawachi, your chanteki together, and you will survive in years to come. Tukata kia tayamaning te. The way was not me. The way who believe this way are going to survive in the future. As she left, the color of the buffalo is licorice. Today we use black, brownish. This is the best symbol I've seen yet, and I applaud the university for having this symbol. Because truly, this is where our chanupa comes from. As she left, she was that licorice brown. There's songs that they sang as she left, going toward the hill. Her first stop, she turned around and they did their prayer and their singing. They stopped. And then Akesh, they went. So as they were going, she would change a lighter color. She went to that more of a reddish, light buffalo hair. She goes, they stop 4 times. The last time she was a yellowish color. They stopped again. with their prayers and song. Finally, when she hit the top of that hill, she turned around and she looked at the people, and she was white. She was pure white. So that's where we get our colors from, for that represent. We hear today man-made stories of meaning it's our four races, but that is a man-made definition. We have that true story of the Chinupa that I just shared with you, that was told from way back. My grandfather would tell us various stories, and I was very fortunate. I was little, but I was always hanging on to my mom's apron strings and my father's coat, never knowing why. I always got to go with them, and I always got to hear the teachings. So I was fortunate to hear a lot of my grandfather, Okuti Shiche, Lakhota Chajeki. His name is hard to shoot at, hard to kill. And he's direct descendant from Sitting Bull, like I said. And we all know the story of greasy grass. We understand that defeat of Sitting Bull, Battle of the Little Bighorn, they call it. It's the greasy grass, rightful name, but they had defeated Custer there at that time. So as we came north, following our relatives in a timeline, I say this because today, we followed, my ancestor followed Sitting Bull up into Canada here. And we have a small reserve community called Wood Mountain, and they're Lakota. That's where my mother comes from. And we walked with difficulty for many years because we were looked at as renegades being across the so-called border. But some of my relatives here mentioned we were here before the border was even exist, because we were nomadic. We were nomadic people. There's rock markings all over southern Saskatchewan, northern Saskatchewan, way up Wanaskewin, out by North Battleford, all the way up to northern Manitoba, right down to Iowa, the rocks of Iowa, the banks, symbols of our people. That's how far they were nomadic, following the buffalo. So for years and years, as a Lakota nation, we were always considered renegades. You name it, all the negative names, saying that we don't belong on this side of the so-called border. But today, took a lot of work, many generations, to live with our values, our beliefs, our customs, our traditions, our sacred rites, which is the pipe, the chanupa, the sweat lodge, the fasting. We have an adoption ceremony that we utilize when we lose loved ones. We go right into the rites of passage, which is for the women, because there is within that ceremony for the women her life change. There is ceremony within that for the boys that they conduct for their sons when they come of age. There's many teachings to go with each one of those ceremonies, but that makes us who we are. And we were always taught to live this way, no matter if we were in South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, Iowa, West, North, Northern Manitoba. All those landmarkings prove that we are here for so many years. I just wanted to share that with you because year after year, it seems like we have to prove ourselves of who we are as a Dakota nation. We were always pushed to the side. But today, I am proud. And I share with my children, with our people, with anybody who wants to listen of who we are. And I shared, it's not a story about our chanupa, the pipe. It is the truth. It was validated to us by many of our ancestors. And that speaks for the Dakota, Nakota, Lakota people. And I'm very grateful for our community. With great work of our leadership, we have claimed, reclaimed, rekindled our sovereignty, which means we've never signed treaty in Canada. We are a nation in a progress of being able to negotiate from nation to nation with the governments. It took hard work. It took a public apology from the minister last July. I wanted the prime minister there, but he wouldn't come. But nevertheless, it happened. In moving forward, we are working with many areas that we have to do to be able to keep unfolding. There's much more I could say about that, but I'm very proud of our leadership from Tatakanaji Dakota Oyate. We took the time to implement programs. I've seen them happen 2 years straight now. They have worked very closely with the children, the youth, the older people, and the elders, because everyone could do with some help sometimes. But we have been able to bring our relatives in. Let's rekindle all those teachings. And we have been doing that. We have many sessions of various kinds and types with our children, especially the language, right from Head Start, kindergarten to grade 9, right in the school. And that's been happening for the last 20 years. But it's more rich today. They're getting to a level where I look forward for them to speak fluent and small conversations. We have it set up with the internet, Zoom. We have it set up with, various types of ways that we can do to help our children because of technology, because they know technology, that we're able to bring back our language. Because truly, you know who you are once you're able to speak your language. We have many silent speakers. And by that I mean they understand. We understand the language. It's in here, but they don't bring it out, but they understand. And there's lots of our people like that. Even if it's Soto, Cree, I've met many in the time I worked with them. It's stuck in here. And my relative here mentioned that Inipi will help us to bring that out. All you have to do is ask when you're in there, and you'll get the help. My late husband helped a lot of our people to unblock that through the lodges. And I witnessed that. That's why I say that. So there's much more that I could say, much more that I can share. I don't get into those specific trickster Onktomi stories because there's various teachings to each one. There's a valid teaching to each one. What is the moral of that story of the ducks and, what is the moral teaching of the coyote? What is, there is specifics for each one that takes time. Takes time to teach each one. But as you teach them to the children, they get that meaning of that trickster story. And like I said, there's there's Nakota, Dakota, Lakota within the Ocheti Shakoi. So our languages are similar, yet a bit different. So that trickster that gives these powerful messages, some would say iktomini, or some will say iktomi, or some will say unktomi. So I begin to really understand the difference between our Siouan speaking languages with a little bit different dialect. And it's a challenge, but I've been doing it for many years because, like I said, I implement the culture in all the programs I do. At White Raven, my last 5 years there as director of health of the healing center, went as far as to get the names of our furniture, our cupboards, stove, everything written in our 4 languages, and was able to put them up on each of the items within our offices there, the whole building. And so when people came, we took 1 month for Cree, 1 month for Soto, 1 month for Dakota and Lakota. We combined them in Nakota. And it was very interesting because our clientele that walked in the door, they'd stand there and they'd be figuring out what it really meant. And all of a sudden, what does this mean? So then we would explain to them. I picked up a lot of Cree words. Good ones. But it was very interesting to see the interest in our people once they started their healing journey. They want to know. They want to really know who they are. And we had, how they call them today, those come and go teas and lunch and learns, and we'd bring in one of our fluent speakers for each language and have that for an hour. Sometimes we'd take 2 hours, but we'd let it be as it was meant to be for that day, because there was a lot of questions pertaining to the Soto or pertaining to the Cree or Dakota. So, like I said, it takes time. Sometimes, it could take months. And for myself, in implementing one program that's specific that left today, they're my age, and they're all speaking Dakota now today. And they're ones that hold the lodges, they're the ones that hold the big lodges. But to run a 9-month consecutive program, teaching them about our stories, teaching them of our life ways, and the door was left open where they come in. If they wanted to come in that day, if they didn't want to, they left, that's fine. But everything flowed. And at the end of the 9 months, they all know how to speak conversational Dakota. I just wanted to share those parts about teaching and learning. Those are some of the historical things that are taking place, and I acknowledge the staff here for what you're implementing here at the university. I thank Dennis. I thank you for your prayers. I thank my sister Nina and Bonnie and all those that have put together this beautiful gathering and continue to do it. I asked my Toshkas, Dichia here. I asked my Toshkas to help me with gratefulness. We're taught to sing. We're taught to dance. We're taught to do everything that we need to do to take care of our minds, our bodies, our spirits, physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. And one, we're so grateful in the things that we have and we're given in life. I asked my nephews to come and help me. We're going to sing the song that was told for us to sing by Wapia Wichasha, a medicine person, that the song will always be heard when we share it in special places and times like this. So we'll just take a minute to sing what we want to share with you and sing Wopida Tanka Chichiapi Nini Omakpi Taya Wopida. That was Unktomi kind of tricked me on that last verse. Pidamaya.
Thank you very much, Elder Diane. Great stories and very enlightening. And have you ever met people in your life that when you hear their voice, it reminds you of a voice of someone else who may not be around anymore? Listening to Diane speak here, I couldn't help but think of my own mother. My mother passed away about 20 years ago. She was an educator. She worked with youth all her life and raised raised all of us, her 6 kids. So you have the same voice as her. You have a very similar voice. So when I hear you talk, it's like she's here. And I believe she was in the ceremonies today because we all prayed. We all prayed for that relative to guide us and to give us strength and to help heal the world. You know, what a world we're in right now. We are in a, well, you know what's going on out there, so I'm not going to get into that too much. But we, through our prayers and through our good acts and our kindness, can make the world a better place, at least tolerable. So our next speaker, I'll tell you a quick story about my mother while our next guest is, she was a storyteller too. She could tell stories. She taught me the love of books and reading. She used to read to me Waisaki Chuck stories and other stories. She was a kindergarten school teacher and she had a sense of humor, a great sense of humor. One day she played a trick on me. She said, "Nelson, I'll bet you 50 cents I can jump higher than the house." We were outside. I says, "What?" "Okay, you're on, Mom." So she jumped, probably only like 5 inches off the ground. I says, "Aha, you lost." I says, "No." She says, "You didn't jump higher than the house." She said, "Yes, I did. The house didn't jump." I was probably 7 years old, and I still remember how she tricked me with that one. So our next guest, it's all about the stories. Our next guest is none other than an old friend of mine. We go back many years. He's been around the province for a long time. Joseph Netauhau is an award-winning Plains Woodland Cree interdisciplinary artist from Sturgeon Lake First Nation in Saskatchewan. His generosity and compassion for sharing cultural knowledge makes him a much sought-after speaker, performer, facilitator, and outdoor educator for adults and children alike, locally, regionally, and internationally. He's a longtime resident of Saskatoon, has been playing music and telling stories, both tall and short stories for over 35 years. Sorry, that threw me. In addition to his busy schedule of performances, he served as cultural advisor and resident artist storyteller in various institutions, such as the ITE program in Saskatoon and multiple universities across Turtle Island. Holds a Bachelor of Education degree and is pleased to share his creative life experiences, coyote, trickster, tendencies, and cultural knowledge when invited to do so. He can currently be found at the College of Law, University of Saskatchewan, where he serves as emerging elder cultural advisor. Ladies and gentlemen, Joseph Netauhau.
Hey, thank you, Nelson. Aha, pratam skatna aga kyo. Ikaw may asan na tagapitago tiyan na ute kipi mat knamasu ano mo takas 1974 nanto Treaty 4 kipi Miskaswan. So good to be back in Treaty 4 territory where I found myself. So the Treaty 4 people helped me to find and return to Cree way of knowing, understanding, as well as Cree and Dakota. And Anishinaabe, a bit of that, and I'm going to open up with a little song. It's we have a song up in Saskatoon at the University of Saskatchewan. And everybody say ki tse. That means like great or special. Kiskinahama suwin. Ki tse. Kiskinahama suwin. That means great or the higher learning. Now, next word is kiche, kiskinahama, tuigamik. So higher learning has to take place somewhere. So it happens in a kiche, kiskinahama, tuigamik, the university. That's what we say, kiskinah kiche, kiskinahama, tuigamik. It's the university, like here. And the next word is iki asutamakuyak. Iki asutamakuyak. Someone made a promise. Did they follow that promise? They kind of and kind of not, right? Iki asutamakuyak. Sakawatitan, the next word, sakawatitan. I want you to do a little shout or a trill. Okay, on the count of 3. I want you to your best warrior call. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Right on. That's that word. Because, sagawatitan. Let's shout out for joy. The last word is pasikoatiho. 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 Means get up and have that, like, just be in upright person. Pasigo means get up, pasigo, atiho, and move in that way. There's a word in our language for movement. It's waskawe. So if you see your kids or your teenagers laying around, waskawe. What's the guts? Move, for heaven's sakes. That's a beautiful word, eh? Waskawe. And so just sing one little verse of this, just to honor the old man Bonnes from, that's Alan Bonnes, his grandfather, who gifted this song to the University of Saskatchewan. And the Wild Horse, I think it was, made a powwow song into it, out of these words. These are all the words that Tyrone Tutusas was received from that old man Bonnes. And I remember that old man, he used to work in Winnipeg, and he taught our Gitchwamnog, he taught our Canadian cousins how to sing round dance. People might remember, but University of Winnipeg, he was one of the first Indigenous elder professors who taught traditional songs in a university setting. I remember that. It's quite a while ago. So, aho, take it away. We Saki Jack drummers and singers. We'll frame it around Iktomi and Nana Bush, Nape, all these other characters, these tricksters. They've got many names. Canadians, Europeans. Kichikis gnama soen, kichikis gnama tokamek, ikiasutamakoyak, asu sagawatitan, pasigawati huena noen. Okay, now you get the rhythm. So everybody stand up. We're going to dance a little bit. Just do a little powwow, because it is from the powwow tradition. And that's the first song that I learned was from the Dakota grass dance powwow tradition. That was my first song after 13 years of being incarcerated in a residential school. We could say it was a bit of a learning there. But the first thing that came to me when I came down here was powwow singing. So I was taught how to sing powwow down here from not Canadian Indians, but American Indians. Go figure that, right? Comes any direction. Wisagi can come from any direction. Okay, ready? Just kind of move your feet nice and easy. I won't go too fast. We got a few elders here. Yeah, yeah. Sing along. Kichikas kama sewin, kichikas kama tokamek, hiki asutama goyak, sagawati tan, pasigawati ho hey, hey, oh. One more time. Yeah, 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 oh, hey, oh, hey, Kichikas knama sewin, kichikas knama tokamek, heki asutama goyak, sagawati tan, pasagawati ho edanoen, Good job. Give yourself a pat on the back. You did such an awesome job. Thank you, Joseph. Well, thank you. What was that? So, thank you, Nina and Diane. Right. I knew it. That's my. I'm just kidding. So, thank you for your presentations. You take me back here as well as my travels. There's 4 things that I know that storytelling does. It makes you laugh. And our word for laughter is pape. So let's try that. When I say the word, I want you to laugh, okay? But you didn't expect this to happen, right? Okay, on the count of 3, pape. I tried my Donnie Burns to kind of laugh, but well, he can get you going, right? So the next one is learn. Well, maybe let's say listen. The next one is listen. Okay, so neto ta. Can you say that? Neto ta. So laugh, learn. Pape, neto ta means to listen. Neto ta. And the third one is, notice, let's see, love. Sagi hiwiwin. Sagi hiwiwin. So love. How do you listen? First of all, tansei sentotaman. What do you do when you ntota? There, see, you just keep quiet, right? You just remain quiet. Like that deer, So the Indian people with their flashlights in their truck. So that's how you listen. How do you love? How do you love when it comes to storytelling? You could just go like this, make a little heart. This is how I feel. I'm so in love with life, with the world. I'm such a loving guy. So you could do that, or you could do kiss yourself, right? Just give yourself a little kiss. Or you could just say, oh, Nisagi Sun. Nisagi his son. Can you say that? Nisagi his son. Oh, I love myself. It's kind of arrogant, but what the heck, eh? I love. We need a lot of self-love. As you get older, I'm 72, so I realize I need to really love myself because you go through all kinds of physical changes. You know, everything is slowing down. You think fast, but you move slow. So that's me. You know, I'm getting to that point. So everybody say, no, not, let me see. There's one more L. So what's the first one? Laugh. Pate. Second one? Listen. Yeah. Nita. Third one? Love. And the last one is learn. Kiskita. Pakakam. Skita. Learning is to learn, to know. Skita. Learn. Kiskita. That sounds right, eh? Skita. Learn. So can you say that? Skita. So show me what it means to skita, to learn. You just open up your cell phone and just type in Google. Oh, there we go. That's what he's talking about. I thought I'd tell a love story. I think everybody has a bit of romance in them, or they want to have a little bit of romance. It's coming spring, you know, and everything is going to come alive again, including me as an old person, you know, or teenagers. Everything just starts to flourish. People get into that loving mood. And one time I met a dog-rib woman, and sad story, I got rejected. Well, anyway, that's one type of love story. It's gone bad, right? The love story I want to tell you is back a long time ago. It still might apply today, kind of in a secret society where meek squeewin. Who knows what that means? Meek squeewin. Who knows what meek means? Meek. And Cree is to give. Squeal is woman. To give a woman away. That was the term for you know, marriage a long time ago, or just, you know, finding a partner to join you in your journey. Like my grandfather saw an old ceremony in Coacatus, and he went there with his friend Johnny Ski Boss, and he went over there to support him. So they arrived there in the community there, and Johnny's Ski Boss came with a horse. Nick, Nick. It was a fine horse. It was a young gelding. And found this horse that he also had a blanket, a nice blanket, you know. And the horse came to the family, the parents. Ahaw, unigi kobaok. Parents, awa msatim, ikoma a coop. This horse and this blanket. Yekonoma, ipinto taman, kitans. I come here to ask for your daughter to come home with me, to be by my side, because A lot of times the old people back then, they lived alone and they needed somebody to help with what they would hunt, what they would gather, all the things that they needed, that needed two people sometimes. And so that's what happened, you know. Johnny Skiboz gave that horse and that blanket, and they accepted it and they took it, you know, acknowledging, recognizing his way of giving a protocol, following protocol for the old practice of make square win. When I got rejected up north, I'm sorry, those memories. Sorry. When I got rejected up north, I went to my mother-in-law to be my mother-in-law. You know what she says? I have another daughter. And the other daughter, you know, when I met her, says, I'm sorry, I don't practice that. My parents still do, you know, have these memories of women giving their daughters away, but we're modern. I'm a modern woman. So it never wasn't going to happen. But that's fine. Now, Kayas, a long time ago, probably anywhere where love plants itself, where love is just about to happen. There was a young man who was in love with, it seems to be for some reason, the chief and the chief's wife's daughter. But they were close. As a matter of fact, they made a commitment that when they were older, they were going to get married. They're going to bond and be a couple. That was the plan. So they agreed to that without their parents knowing. And that was in the time of the tradition where they practiced meek squewen as well in that community, giving their daughter away. But the parents had a different plan. They said, we're going to send all the young suitors, we're going to send them out into the world with their bow and arrow, their spear, their knives, and we're going to see who can get a buffalo. Who can get a buffalo and bring it back? Who will that be? And this young man who was in love with this young girl, he wasn't much of a hunter. He was more into the traditional arts, like making things, drums, rattles, stuff like that. You know, he was the crafter, you could say. That was more his leaning. But what the heck, he thought, I can be a hunter too. I'm sure it can't be that hard to get a buffalo. So he told his friend, says, I'm going to get the biggest buffalo. I'll be back. Won't be long. So all the suitors all rode off in their horses. They rode off and they scattered. Some went this way, some went that way. Some didn't have a clue. And this young man was determined. He had his bow and arrow. Yeah, so up it. He's looking around. Oh, no, too young, that buffalo. He just kept looking. Oh, that's the one. That's a big buffalo. Back then, buffalo were sometimes more intelligent than humans. So he snuck up and he got his bow and arrow ready. And he started pulling, truss, we call it. That's a B is the curvature part, and he had this a truss ready, aiming right at the buffalo. And the buffalo turned around and just pointed his bum towards. How am I going to kill him from the rear end? So I'm going to go off to the side. And as he was going to the side, the buffalo would turn. He was getting frustrated. Pretty soon, the buffalo kind of turned sideways, so his frame was facing him. And this time, he let an arrow go, but the buffalo was so smart, all he did was looked up in the sky, and the arrow went whoosh, right below the neck, missed it. Oh! And then he galloped off. Galloped off. And now, no buffalo for miles. Well, kilometers today, I guess. And so he looked around. Geez, well, I got to please try to bring something home. Then he saw a rabbit. Wapus. Oh, rabbit's okay. Maybe nobody will bring any buffalo home, and I'll be the only one with the rabbit. And he just started pointing at this little, humble little, kind little creature. Pulled his arrow, but the rabbit he just hopped away. And he couldn't, he just couldn't do it. And he let the arrow go, whoosh, and the arrow just went between the ears. That's been gone. I said, oh, this is very tiring. Then Nestor said, oh, I'm so tired from hunting. I'm just going to go lay down by a tree. So he lay there, and as he fell asleep, then all of a sudden he heard the wind. And he noticed that there was one branch, and the wind was going through these little holes that had been chopped out by a woodpecker, and the wind was blowing through them. And it was like that while he was trying to sleep, and then all of a sudden he had an idea. So he reached up and broke that branch off. He looked at it. He saw where the holes were. I thought maybe I could do something. Remember, he was a crafter, right? Very creative. So he looked at the holes. He said, maybe I could make a sound out of this. And he started shaping it with his knife. He forgot about hunting. He just started. Pretty soon he had something that looked like something you could make a sound that came by the use of the force of the wind. So he had his flute, and then he said, I wonder where I should blow it from. No, it's nothing happening there. Woodpecker landed just on their branch there. You need some help? Need some help? Yeah, I could really use some help. I'm just wondering, how do I get the sound that I heard when I was sleeping? I heard this sound coming through. Let me take a look at it. Oh, I see the problem. There was no hole at the end. And so he just pecked away, and then pretty soon there was a hole. Okay, try it. Sound came through. When he played like that, all the birds flew away. But he kept on trying as he was walking home. Oh, there's a note. The animals ran off. And he just kept going. For 4 days, he walked back. And every day, he was improving. Where did that tune come from? And he kept playing. Pretty soon, on the 4th day, but anyway, let's quit fooling around here. And so he went, and he finally arrived, and he was on top of the hill. And at this time, he was thinking about his friend who was down in his parents' teepee. So he sat there and played, the sweetest tune you could make, as a young man who's in love. Was his first song. And in the story, the ones that felt it were all the young women and the old women, young girls. They could feel it in their heart. They said, "Oh, what a beautiful sound. It's going right to the heart. It was good for the heart." And so he walked down with his newly found object that he made that created a sound of the wind. What he heard as he was walking, the sounds of nature, the birds, the wind blowing through the leaves. Finally, he arrived back down the hill there and went up to the teepee and played, and a young woman came out. And his friend says, "You need a little more practice." Oh, no, she said it this way: "You need a little more practice." And so I said, "I couldn't get a buffalo, nor could I get a rabbit, but I got this." I said, "I wonder if your parents would be accepting of my newly found gift that I was received from Mother Earth, from nature." And she said, maybe. Let's check it out." So they went inside the teepee, and they all sat together. And she says, "Oh, Tawai Saki, this is the one I love. He wants to share something that he's been gifted." So the parents looked at each other, and the old woman, "We're not doing to go here. I guess it's okay, eh?" Aha, we're not though. So they were having this kind of conversation. "Okay, I'm Gamito. Let him play. Let him play." So he played, right? He played. And the song hit them there, right in the heart, and they were really moved by this. And then they thought about it. Well, what do you think, Mom and Dad? Well, politically, maybe there's a way that he can make a living off of that. So they agreed and gave their daughter to this young man. And the story. Thank you for listening. So, as a storyteller, atayokyo, they say sometimes, or utatsemu, atayokyo is more a spiritual, sacred way of identifying the songs, the stories or songs that differentiate it from social to spiritual. Sometimes they both fit into those categories, but the spiritual storytelling is stories that you received when you offered, like Nina was saying, when you offered tobacco and you visited an old man or an old woman. I really like the positioning of this. We have two women and two napio, two men, which is a balance, And suppose that we could extend it at some point with two-spirit LGBTQ community, that sort of thing. And but tobacco, and you go out and you start asking. It's not just tobacco. Like if you go to a ceremony, Sundance, chicken dance, horse dance, bihu samo ka muna, bagoy samo na, sa tong samo na apo, bihu samo gamik, all these sacred ceremonies, there's a story for each one of them. So that requires a bit more effort. That could be a 4-year commitment with a teacher, maybe even longer, lifetime. 4, 8 years, 16 years. Once you make that commitment, you step into that old elder's, old woman, old man's doorway. That's it. You're a student, scapios. And women, they were using a term that's kind of been restored, okisihtawisquil, for scapios, okisihtawisquil. I don't know if that's the one I've been using. And it says they've arrived at some point that they've completed some part of their work as a woman, and now they're going into the ceremonial. No, I've never heard anything because I grew up as a young man. Not that I'm saying I'm older, that's young. And I grew up as a young man seeing mostly males as my teachers. And that's understandable because as a young man, when you have been 13 years in residential school, you're starving for anything, any kind of knowledge, any kind of stories, songs, anybody. And so I was guided to Napiwak, old men. I was guided to them. And later to women. So old Harry Blackbird from Loon Lake was an old friend. And he said, when I was working up in Meadow Lake, if you're going to give their stories, kispen kwento na siya magan, apo kwento, tatama ako ko igonapiog, o kuinanto dino at mo nate ako na, no te will igoksino, said old woman and old man. Get a story from one or the other. That's what he told me. So I learned a big lesson. That's back in 95. Before that, I was basically studying with old men. I'll tell you one story that Well, there's some stories or Wisagitsak stories are sacred stories because they're all about the creation of this land. And some are quite graphic. It's hard to know which ones are genuine. The way you find that out is you go to a genuine elder in the community who knows the stories, the truth. But my first introduction after I finished university, I was off to the north. I heard about this cultural gathering. And I'm thinking, oh man, I've been in this university for 3.5 years and my brain is just all twisted, and wow, didn't she said that I know a little bit about the Cree world view, the Cree culture. My God, I really want to get to the source. I want to go right into the heart of Nihiawitwa, Cree way of being and seeing and learning. So off I went with my tobacco. And at that time, that's all I knew how to do was just give tobacco. That's all I knew. I was like a little kid going to see your grandparents with my little cigarette, my little tobacco. Oh, Mushroom, can you teach me about the sacred ceremonies, all 14 of them? A little cigarette. Oh. Might take you a lifetime, Newsom. Might take you a lifetime, my grandson. So I went up north, and here I am in this teepee, and it's so beautiful. All these old people sitting there with their pipes. They had a prayer, and they finished praying, and now, they were going to give teachings. They're going to give these real old knowledge, and I was there for that. I'm there to learn. And this old man. I'm going to sing a song first. So he called on the elder brother, Wisagichak. And what the song says, I am Wisagichak, Ustisimo, elder brother. Kakyo inuak nisimis. All human beings are my siblings. That's what the song says. They're all my siblings. And so there he finished, and he started telling this story. Kita toy so Wisagichak ipapamachihot. Ikusimano may tatsit. He was a very carefree character, and he would travel around like that. And he was traveling like that, and he came up to the top of this hill, and he saw He saw down below there was a teepee. And here I am sitting listening to this elder. Whoa, this is just what I need. And he started telling this story. And Wisagichak had shapeshifted from a coyote into a human. And he went over to the teepee and he knocked on a door. Well, he didn't knock on a door. So he just went like this. And the old people, there we go. Thank you. And inside you could hear the old people, hey, Oinekta, Pitagwe, who's out there? Come on in. Wisagichak goes in there. And they recognized him. Oh, Asawe, Stisanoa, we got to be cautious of this character, our elder brother. We got to watch out for him. But let's let him visit for a while. Hey, Wisagichak, mios no tagatagotin mati. Anaski, you can make yourself a bedding there. You can stay here tonight. And so he put his blanket there and he just relaxed and Ikiokichik, they start visiting with one another. And the night was getting closer. Sun was going down. And we go, someone on the go, we Sagichak and Stacy, elder brother, we Sagichak. We're going to go to sleep now. But before we go to sleep, we take our medicine. So they had some kind of medicine here. They looked like beans or something. Kind of reminds me I got to take my medicine. B complex. So he watched the old people bring out this medicine from their little medicine pouch. You know, it's a scamotic, and they swallowed it, and the old lady too. No tigui, so nah, no tigui. You're old lady. They drank water, and their Wisagi-chag is looking, really observing. All of a sudden, they farted, and they went off the ground about this high. And they came floating down ever so gently. And then they flopped over. Oh, Wisagi-chag, wow, Mama Scotch. Look at it, what kind of medicine is that? Just knocked the old people out. Wow, I got to get some of that. Wait till tomorrow, and I will definitely give offerings. So next morning, you know, he couldn't sleep all night. He's just tossing and turning, thinking about that medicine, trying to earn it, you know, to purchase it. Finally, sun comes up. Oh, he was so happy. The light was coming, and old people are just slowly getting up, you know. And they looked in front, and there was all these gifts. But the things we give to honor the tradition of asking for something. Blankets, teapots, Nescafe, everything. There was all these gifts, eh? And they looked at each other, the old woman. Our elder brother knows what to do. I wonder what he wants. He could hardly wait. He's all excited. Hamutum, nukum, wahwan, tanay nakatokyan tipsko kami. I was watching you last night and how you felt so relaxed and calm after you took that medicine. So that's what I want. And the old people thought about it, you know, they know that the power of medicine. You always have to be, there's always a word we use, Mia Guam. Is it caution? Xastoy, Mia Guam, be careful. Mia Guam. Stacy, the old man spoke up, elder brother, you can have this medicine, but make sure to follow the instructions. Just take 6 in one day, no more. Tapoy, truly, you can trust me. Wisagi-chag. So they brought out this medicine bag, they filled up all the medicine. Nah, here you go, you did the proper thing. I'm in a hurry. Sorry, old people, I gotta go. And so he took the medicine and deliberately ran all day just to get himself exhausted. So he was exhausted at the end of the day, and I thought, why should I be tired? And he took this medicine. I'm really tired. 12. He was waiting for the reaction. All of a sudden, he let out a fart. And he went up higher than the old people, as high as a teepee. Then he came down. Kind of reminds me of that coyote story on when the coyote goes shooting up all the time. So he collapsed. And that was the first story I learned from traditional Cree elders. And it goes on that he travels down south to wherever people go, way down in where it's warmer in the summertime, in the wintertime. So he went south down there and he comes back and he's running out of medicine because it helped him so much. It was very, very good medicine. So he came back and he was just, oh, I'm almost home. Sots, kitom, gantopak nasun. I will go and give offering again, get some more of this medicine. And the old people were just getting ready to go to sleep. And they were looking. The old way, long time ago, we didn't have flat screens or nothing, internet, cell phones. There's an opening in a teepee. It's like that, a little opening. That was the old television back then. That was the movie. That was what you watched. You looked up at the stars. But that night was exceptionally beautiful and dark, pitch black. Stars were shining. And the old people decided to go out. And so, Nutsiko Wayawitan, old woman, let's go outside. Kantoap manwag atsakusak. Atayokanak. We're going to look at the ancestors. We're going to look at the stars. So they were going out, And the old lady too, Nutsiko Kushe. They came out and they were just looking up at the stars. What tapay miunag? What tapay miwas? And it's so beautiful. Whoa. Get that away. All of a sudden they heard something come from the side. Oh, woman, look at that star. It's the first shooting star they'd ever seen. And apparently we Sagitag had overdosed. He took too many medicines. And there I am just laughing in that teepee. And I was thinking, why did I hear this story? Why does we Sagitag have to be my first story about farting? I just come out of university, 3.5 years, I'm knowledgeable. I'm an academic. I should know a lot by this time. But you know what? I needed to laugh. Because I'd been chasing myself for 16 years in residential school, then into university. I was busy trying to catch up to myself, but I had to make a about turn and go north and go back to Nihio Matso, Nihio Waskawiwin, Cree life and Cree movement. And I never ever forgot that story. That's about 50 years ago. And that story always comes. I met Wisagitak here in a book because I was desperate. So I was opening books in the library and hey, where's this? This is about the Montana Cree. There was a book, it says, the persistence, I think, spiritual persistence of the Montana Cree. And I looked at it. It was given to me by a Englishman named Stuart Raby, who used to work here for treaty, like for FSIN as the treaty specialist. And he gifted me that book. He says, you might be interested in this. I sure would be. And I looked in there, and in there, it talked about Wisagitak, that there would be a dormancy of so many years. They say 25, but I think that meant longer. But they gave a timeline as to when Wisagitak would return. And it was about that time that I started telling stories. and learning about Wisagijak, this character, the teacher. And it takes a lifetime to actually understand the degree of knowledge and information, the spiritual connection to that one character. Stisano, like in Ektomi, right? Even in all the tricksters across Canada. It takes a lifetime, like I'm 72. And I finally realized about 20 years ago that he's still around. Ateokan, he's an Ateokan. He comes into spirit lodges and gives teachings. I didn't have a clue back then, right? And when I went to visit visit old man George Manty here at the Sundance here, down here, I'd go and visit him. He's a Pie Pots, Nihiopot, the Cree Dakota people. He would tell me, "Igik the magim wax disno, we sagitag, Egomina Ximanto, creator, had pity on us. I sneak out nat, picked up a rock and stick me in a gout neck, and this was that. And he put this stone and this stick together. And we know what that means. That was a sacred pipe. So he put these together. He gave those to the Cree people. He said, "Nah, awa, uspagan, uskatiatik, kispin, kitatu ikiwaini tina, apo kintoi tina ogigoi, kapitana kantumna." So there comes a time where you're struggling, you're having difficulty. Take this sacred pipe and point it in whatever directions and ask and call for help and be specific. And so that's what this old man gave me, this just a simple teaching. He was probably not sharing that I could do a pipe, after that. He was just informing me that that's one way. And I didn't get a pipe for another maybe 5, 6 years after that. But, and then I understood what this old man was talking about. The sacred pipe comes with so many teachings. So that's how I met Wisagijak, through an academic institution, through a humble TP in a cultural camp. So that's, I'll wrap up here. I'll share one last story. And it's about elder brother again, sacred story. And Waisagijak netegoen kakio inewag no semen yawye hoya Kita to ese papamachirtok stisnov. One day he was wandering about in the grasslands, and he came, he was Imam Tanita thinking. That's kind of dangerous for our brother here sometimes, but he was thinking, I'm thinking about the Buffalo Nation, the Buffalo people. They have so much endurance, and they're so strong, they're regal, they're powerful. Martin, I think I'll go and ask them, see if they'll adopt me. I can be their relative, for however long. So, whatever he thinks about, it often happens. So he's coming over the rise. Guess what he sees? He saw buffalo all over. Hey, I was just thinking about you. He's saying to himself, Pasquamos, dus, tapoy na nas ko mo, I'm so pidamaya, pidamaya, so thankful. Be quetch. He was learning all kinds of languages. And he went walking there. And there's often a little buffalo, Scapius, helper. And he came running, this young buffalo. And he stopped in front of Wisagichak. Haki kwento ito man, Wisagichak. We know you. We understand. We know who you are. No sim. Grandson. I want to live with you, but I don't know how long. I want to be a buffalo, strong. I'll go and ask the leaders and my relatives. So I went back. He came back. You're in luck. They said, it's okay. You can be one of us. However long. So he went down there and they made a big circle around him. He stood in the middle. What do I do? He's all excited, eh? You just have to roll on the ground, Mother Earth, 4 times. But if you stop, if you don't want to be a buffalo, you can stop on a 3rd time. Wisagichak no sooner heard that, he just threw himself on Mother Earth. Boom! He was right there rolling, All of a sudden, a hoof came out. All of a sudden, horn came out. Or Seuss. All the fur came. He didn't even hesitate on the 4th. On the 3rd one, he just kept going. Next thing, he was standing up and he was a buffalo. Hey, I am a buffalo. Look at me. And all the family members, they looked at him and they, well, Peter Snack, so he looks a little different. A little skinny, scruffy looking fur. He's not quite buffalo we were expecting, but that's okay. We'll just accept him. So they accepted him. And then they gave him the rules, the Indian Act. Now, these are the policies of our people. And he says, the leader says, Stacy, the guy why he'll ate that siho. Don't go too far. Swago tahaya. Put it not to gispaehon. Something could happen to you. Because we have to watch out for these 2-leggeds. What else? Nanaspatog or whatever my people do, just do what they're doing. So he saw them. Some of them would be eating. Some of them would be rolling. Some of them would be jumping around, playing playfully. So he did all these things, and he ate. But the one thing he didn't do was stick close to the herd. So he wandered off. Hey, wow, look at that herd. It's so beautiful over here. Why aren't people over here? Oh, he was just eating away. And then he was getting stronger, standing up like that, and then who's running this way? Those are horses. Those are my relatives. I guess she'll be all right. But they were really coming fast. And all of a sudden, they brought out a bow and arrow. And they were riding their horses. And they had their spears. And they said, I think they're chasing me. Oh, he just started running. He started going this way, that way. He was just running for his life now. And he just barely made it back to the herd. and he collapsed, and his tongue was sticking out. And then Chief Buffalo, "Dan so gait, Dan, me too, I don't what's the catch? I told you not to go far. Look what happened to you? Akin Paikon, you're going to be killed." I said, Tapue, you're right. Oh, ganito tinigo. I'll listen now, and I'll learn, and I'll laugh. And so he tried one more time. And this time, it was his people, Nihiawak. They came running, chasing him. "Oh, Nahiwako, they're really sharpshooters. I better get back to the herd." And he dashed back, and they just about got him. They got that little beard that he had. I know there's a name for it. And they just shot an arrow right in there, but luckily they didn't hit him, injure him. It was pretty safe, so he collapsed. And Ogniga Anu came, the head of the buffalo. I think it's really difficult for you to be a buffalo, Isagichak. Stacy. Boy, I man mat soon. Your life is hard. Oh, it's hard to be a buffalo, even if you're strong. No, I seen you, and I want to be back to a human. Taban, what do I do? You got to go back the other way. Just roll back the other way. Boy, he was right there on the ground, Mother Earth. He was rolling 1, 2, 3, 4. He was back to a human being. Oh, tapoy na nas, kumon. Thankful. And in his way of thanking the Buffalo Nation, he told them this. No ako magadag. Atyo. Kiksnamo na tansikyo itatsig. My relatives, you taught me how I ought to be, how I could be a buffalo. And I want to thank you for that. In exchange, uti, ganawa so ninimyo, sige gumina, ekten be, tago ke gumina maskusya, yakawastik, asniwachi. I'm going to find a place near the mountains where there's plenty of trees and shelters and grass. Kantoya wipik to go and rest and relax and be protected from the Nisogatio, two-leggeds. So that's what happened. And that's how there's reciprocity in these stories and in our ways and still within our people. So thank you very much for listening. Katamskat no. I'm looking forward to listening to our brother here, Dennis. Katamskat no. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Just a reminder, there is still some food and some treats there in the room over to my left here. I love the stories. I love the Waisakachuk stories and how things are created and lessons are learned. And I'll tell you a really quick story while Dennis is getting set up here about the flute. Do you guys know who Winston Watney is? He's an old-time storyteller and musician and comedian and just a really, really interesting person. He's kind of retired now, but I had the opportunity to interview him one day on a show I was hosting, Indigenous Circle. And I asked him about his flute. And I asked him, how do you make a flute? How does that flute get hollowed out to become a flute? And he said, well, Nelson, he said, see how it is? What you do, you get the larvae of a moth and you put it on one end, and then it eats its way through, comes out the other end, and comes out a big butterfly, beautiful butterfly. And he had me going because I'm so gullible sometimes. I thought, really? But it wasn't true. He started laughing and said, that's not how it is, but it's a good story. So our next storyteller here, before we move on, somebody that I've met in the last year, and that one person that I'm learning a lot from on a regular basis. He's the resident elder at the First Nations University. His name is Dennis Omiso. He's a knowledge keeper from Samson Cree Nation in Alberta. He is an orator and translator in ceremony and between non-Indigenous and Indigenous audiences. Dennis currently is a knowledge keeper with the First Nations University and sits on the Kiteake Elders Council. Dennis also provides support to community schools and within the Regina area. He's a champion old-style grass dancer in the Pao circuit. He resides on Paipot First Nation with his beautiful wife and family. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Omisu.
Is it on? All right. Well, before I say something, I'll say a few words. Ooh, tough crowd here. Anyway, I'd like to thank you for staying. Kind of nervous. I don't know why, But as far as stories is concerned, I've met a lot of different, good orators, good storytellers. And I just want to go back at a time, it must have been about 20 years ago or more. Back to that summertime feeling, because sundances are coming up. People are preparing already. They're already making their vows, they're singing, that vow between themselves and the God Semanto, So each day it's kind of like a tiny step toward that time, because their spirit is waiting for them, be at home, because that's what the Sundance is, that's our home. Kikino, that's what they say. I remember this friend of mine from back home, same reserve, Nipsikopa. He came to this territory, like myself, as visitors in Treaty 4 territory. He came over here also to come and experience another, I guess you could say, a different journey in his life. He brought with him all his knowledge and also his experiences, to the communities around here. And he got along good with the younger generation, because he was a young guy too. And he did ceremonies, in private back home. But when he came over here, he felt free that he can do these ceremonies. And he made a vow to do what they call a Bagwe a sun dance. And by then he had a lot of support, from the young people. A lot of support in many different ways. And so, since it was his first, excuse me, since it was his first Sundance, he was quite nervous about it. But he knew he had to do it. And so, of course, I too participated in ways of making a vow to suffer myself without food and water, all for the sake of my loved ones, my family. Because those are the ones, that we all think about, in lots of different situations. And all these people who undergo through that, they're doing it for us, you know, all these people who make these vows here. So over in Payapot, that's only about half hour, 45, depends on your speed. Over there, their Sundance is in a valley. On south side of that valley, there's the hills, the coulees, everything like that. It must have been at one time a big river, long time ago. That's why I imagined that it was a big river. But now it's a valley. Beautiful place. And there's a tradition amongst the dancers that they sleep inside that lodge. Nowadays, some go sleep in their their RVs or whatever. But traditionally, that's the way they sleep inside that lodge, because after all, that's our home. That's what the old people think. That's our home. That's where all the angels assemble. In that lodge there. And in that lodge, there's a fence inside that circle of branches, trees, or whatever. There's also a door. And there's a center pole, Okimawahtik, the king tree. That's in the middle there. Of course, with all the colors of these blankets, these Wipinasana, these prints that are there. And Friday night, boy, when they start, everybody's just dancing at night. Once they fix up the lodge, until the first singers, and people go their separate ways. I slept in that lodge there. And they make it a point that they will beat the sun at least one day, if not 2 days. They will start the ceremony by before the sun comes up. And then I woke up, was in my sleeping bag. I woke up and I just remembered where I was, and I opened my eyes, it just smelled real good anyway. With all those trees all around, I just remembered that I am at the Sundance here. And so while I was lying there, I heard just an earshot away, the person that takes care of the pipes by the altar there was getting the altar ready. And every now and then I hear a little chuckle, between himself and somebody else, they would talk. And outside the door, there's always a fire right through the ceremony. There's a fire keeper there. And there's some helpers that was like they were tuning up the drums. And of course, you could hear a little laughter. And so while I was lying there, I thought, I better go, to relieve myself, I guess you could say, before anybody else does. So I got up, put on my moccasins, and did what I needed to do, and I came out. And then the first person I seen was an old man from back home, my home community. Because my friend who was doing the Sundance, he told me ahead of time, my dad and my brother, they're going to be coming over to come and give me some support. And that was the first guy I seen. You know, was standing by the vehicle there, looking around. He was all by himself. And I walked towards him. And of course, I was happy to see him. Somebody recognizable from back home. And so, shook his hand. That's how oh, thanks, Dennis. That's where at the working. When did you get here? Oh, tipsko kamna. Oh, who did you come with? Oh, Anis Benicia, Brian. Just two of us, me and Brian. That was my late friend's brother. And so I told him, is this your first time coming here? Uh-huh. Yeah. That's the Kate. What do you think? He was looking around. Oh, mahtaunagwa na ho, wachia. Oh, these hills look very powerful. He said. You know, there's a lot of stories about these hills, I told him. You know, because after all, you know, somebody told me that of some of these stories. And there's stories of how much faith and belief people have, you know, of the vows they make in these sun dances. Just like that guy over there, I pointed to this one hill. That guy's been there for about, coming on 24 years. Every year he's up there by himself. He's fasting. And then on a Sunday, he comes down and he partakes in what's going on inside this lodge here. That guy, you know, we benefit from him, his suffering and all that for us. He does that for us. And there's stories about these guys that dig a hole, and in that hole they make a chair, and then enough for them to go inside that hole and sit down. And then he gets buried, that dirt, all the way up to his neck. And then he's left alone. You walk away. He's on his own. Because it's between himself and the Creator, God. And there, when he cannot do nothing but to have that communication. So he starts praying. Next thing you know, all these elements start coming, especially the sun. He cannot hide away from the sun, just beaming on him. And also all these bugs, insects that start to crawl on him. Even these fish flies, these black flies, these mosquitoes, they're all all over. And he's in pain, and he's crying out to the point of screaming, to the point of just even saying some swear words, all that's within him, inside him, just bringing it out, calling for, forgiveness or whatever. Then something supernatural comes along. Something comes to him and starts digging him out, and then he's free. And then there's some other guys that do a stake down. What that is they lie down on the ground, spread eagle, and On the wrists and the legs, on the ankles, there's stakes that are on the ground, inside, pounded into the ground, and he's tied up. And then they leave him. And there again, he's all by himself with God. All the sun on him, all these mosquitoes, everything on him. And he's crying out too, praying, etc. Then something comes along. Maybe it could be half a day, or 2 days, 3 days, who knows how long. Something comes along and unties him, and he's free. And then there's some guys who get tied up in a blanket. They tie up their fingers and thumbs, with a long, hide, real tight. And then on that blanket that they're tied up on, there's a long, same thing, hide, get tied up on the legs. Then they're put on the ground, enough for them to breathe. And there again, they are suffering. It's hot, whatever, maybe it's raining, who knows. But there they are in that communication with God. Then something comes along and unties them. By that time, there was that first, that rattle. The Sundance man he's the first one to sing. Could hear that rattle. And then the whistles were starting. Eagle bone whistles. And then I told the old man, I pointed to this one direction. There's a belief right in there, in that coulee. That's where little people live. That's the belief around here. When you go in there, it's to me it feels like a magical place. Because once you step in there, you're going into another world. All these old maple trees and everything, plants, you name it. And you can't miss it. It's very colorful, prints, almost every tree. And right in the middle there's an old boot-shaped old maple tree that's there. It is believed that's where little people live. Right on the side of that boot, there's a hole there. And people, they put gifts there, silver. They like silver. Even, they like fish. Some people even put sardines there. You can see sardine cans there. Not just a few steps away, there's a little creek, a stream of water. Must be a hidden lake, underground lake or something like that. Even through the winter, it just flows. And, by that time, in the background, you could hear the singing, and just whistles just going. And I thought to myself, I better go pretty soon. Oh yeah, I told him. There's also somebody that makes a little sweat lodge there. It's all covered up, the door open. And there, you could, on the outside, there's rocks with wood, little pail, everything is there. And I thought, I better quit here. This old man might think I know something here. And I told him, "Any mito anom, I'm dancing. I'm going to go. I'll talk to you later on." I shook his hand. Just go, just go. Just wait, he said. Just wait. He's holding my hand. These ones that you taught, that you mentioned about these little people, I want to share with you what I heard. Inistegi pehtaman gagi uskayu yang. Kaya sa chimunom. This is what I heard when I was young. It's an old story, he said. I am. Expih mi guapi gagi wawiki mi guapa. It was a time when people used to live in teepees. There was a young couple that was there. And of course, they were very much in love. And they were also very respected within their village, I guess you could say. They were hard workers. That young woman helped out the ladies in any way possible, anything, helped them out. And she was respected from the woman. And that young guy, he was a hard worker too. But he did everything for the community, including looking for food. He was a good hunter. He'd leave and wouldn't come back until he got something. And it just so happened that one evening, he told his partner that I want to eat fish. It's been quite a while now we had fish. And where they lived, we're all in that village there. Just not too. They lived right by the bush, and in that bush there was a river there. It was in those days of clean water. Even in the river, it was so clean that you can drink from that river, and you can also see inside that river. It was a time when everything was just clean. And so when he told his partner that I'm going to go get some fish in the morning. So he started preparing that evening, that night. This way he doesn't have to do it in the morning, wake up his partner or whatever. And that's what he did, got everything ready. And he went to bed, went to sleep, and he woke up. When he woke up, and his wife is still sleeping, and all he could hear was the birds, and it was real good when he woke up. Felt really good. And so he got himself ready, and then picked up his stuff, and he went outside, opened the door in that teepee, and he went outside. And there's a trail that goes right to the river, and he followed that trail right into the bush towards that river. As he got closer, he could hear the sound of that river. He could hear the birds, and it felt so good being in the bush. It felt just like paradise, just like heaven. It smelled really good too. The water, everything smelled really good. And so he got ready, and he sang a song. and while he was getting a fish. And the song goes, "Kse manto o nuichewa o tanitas kami," which means, I'm here with God on earth, while he was getting his fish. Kese mahanito niwichewa ota nitas kami niwichewa. Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. Then he thought to himself, I got lots of fish here now. If I need more fish, there's light. Just the day is just starting. I can always come back. Yo, he was proud of himself, you know. And so from there, he got everything ready. He was going to go. And he thought to himself before he left, I need to relieve myself, he thought. So he went right into the bush there, did his thing and came back. And when he came back, as he got closer, he noticed that his fish was not there. So he rushed over there and, looked around, nothing. And he looked at tracks, and there was nothing. And then from there, he started thinking, oh, those guys from the camp, it must be them. They're always playing tricks on me. And so he yelled out a name, get your own fish. And then he waited, and there was nothing, no sound, just the sound of the water and the birds. And then he yelled out another name, get your own fish. And there was nothing. Mind you, he was talking his language, not English. And so he was confused. He waited there, waiting for somebody to laugh or whatever, make a move, and there was nothing. Then he started thinking, oh, it must be a bird or something. But, in other words, he felt violated. He felt really ripped off, all that fish that he had, no more. He was very curious as to what happened to this fish here. But he had to go back home and with something. So he had no choice but to start all over. And when he did, he was very cautious this time because he felt that somebody is watching him. And every time he got a fish, he'd look around, or else trying to keep an open ear for a sound. There was nothing. Then he'd get another fish. Came to the point where, he felt very uncomfortable there. He wanted to leave. And it didn't seem right, especially that good feeling he had earlier. This time it didn't seem right. But he had to go home with something. And he got another fish. One more, he thought, one more. I'll get one more. So he got another fish. Okay, I'm going to go. I had enough of this. So got ready. And then from there, while he was getting ready, he thought, I wonder if it would work like the first time. which was to go into the bush. And that's what he did. But he didn't go far. He went behind this one tree and just squatted and just looked, at his fish. Then out of the water, out of the riverbank, out jumped this little person real fast, grabbed its fish and went running fast onto the riverbank and then dived right in. And he came running out. Oh, that kid. He thought it was a kid from the camp there. He went up to the riverbank and he just took one deep breath and he dived right in. And he could see that little person just going real fast, and it turned real fast in him too. He's just going real fast, and then he turned into that tunnel there. Just enough for himself to go in. He got stuck. And his breath, it seemed like his lungs were about to burst. He was so desperate, but he was stuck. The only way is to go in front because there was a little light that he seen. He chased after that light. And then once he got closer to that light, he couldn't hold it no longer because his lungs were bursting. He went through that light. And then his heart was just going real fast. And his breath, he was trying to get his breath. He had his eyes closed and all that, trying to do all desperate, being desperate and all that. Then he just stood there and just tried to settle himself down. Next thing you know, his heart was going regular and he started to get his breath back. And once everything was normal, he opened his eyes. The first thing that he seen was this fish. So out of that, he was looking at it. Then he looked up, and there was lots of plants, medicines, whatever, somebody went through the effort of harvesting this and neatly putting them on racks to dry. And he was just in amazement of all this. And then he looked at his fish again. Then on his peripheral vision on the left-hand side, he noticed something. So he looked over there, and sitting on a ground, there was old little people. At first, he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure what to make of them. Then it just dawned on him. That who they were. And he got scared. So he looked at the fish because that was the only thing that was familiar to him. He got scared. He was frozen. And then on this side over here, he felt something. So he looked over there, and here there was different age groups that were there. Some were carrying babies, some were young, parents, whatever, and they were all looking very scared too. Then he looked at his fish again. Then he felt someone standing up. And the one that stood up asked him, "Awi nakia, who are you? Kiko ai penataman. What did you come and get? What is your purpose here?" And then he looked, it was an old man. And he told him, "Epeke chinahuan, awina ka ke mutama ni kinosema. Ekuneo kinoseo, eki asama ki taisini. I came to find out who it is that stole my food, this fish. This fish was meant as food for my people." And the old man said, he addressed to the ones who were sitting over there, Euguman gawih tamatagok. This is what I've been telling you. I see no mahtauschik. Human beings are very powerful. Dan sa ota kawicheko ahko, I see no. How is it that this human being is with us? Osame mahtausit, because he's powerful. Auna ga kimotamo atu kinosema. Igiwiasama atu taisinima. Who is the one that stole his fish? This fish that was meant as food for his people. Kapasko, stand up. And there a young one stood up, really humble, really, sorry and all that. And then he said, Nianma, it is me. And the old man told him, Kiesa, it'll be you. Kau katipahamawao. Then you will pay back. But you are not going to be alone. Ka kiau kiano, kawichitnan. All of us, we will help you. Because they were just as guilty as that young guy, because they were going to have their own little feast there. And so from there, the old man apologized for him. And he told that young man, we will have to pay you. We'll have to give something back to you. For 4 nights, you will stay with us. You will be our guest. And we will teach you about medicines. We will teach you how to identify each plant, whatever, the names of them, how to sing to them, what they are for, when you blend them, for what purpose, everything that needs to be learned about these medicines. This is what we'll give you in return. And the young person thought, 4 days, yeah, I can do that, he said. It will be an honor, he thought, to learn, these medicines from you. Oh yes, he agreed that he will be there. So they treated him like royalty during that time. And he felt that love from them. So that he happily learned everything from them. And then that morning came. Even that night, he knew, in the morning, I'm going to go home. I'm going to go back. I miss my wife. That's what he thought. I'm going to go back to her. And I'm going to bring back something for the people. And that morning came. Oh, he was happy. He shook hands with everybody, hugged and all that, giving them thank you. Hi. And then he took one deep breath. Oh yeah, the old man told him, if you ever need medicine, you'll know where we are. You're always welcome. And then when he took that deep breath, he went back into the same tunnel as he went in. And he squeezed through there, and there was light up ahead. He went through that light. Then there was light on top, and he went up, and he just hung on to that riverbank. And he just hung in there until he got his strength back. And he pulled himself back up. And then once he was on top, he noticed that everything looked different. Even the grass was just tall. Even that trail was tall grass, just like nobody's been there for a long time. And so he went through that trail. And then just around the corner, there was no teepees, nothing. All there was is teepee poles. teepee rings. Even where his teepee, where he shared with his partner, his wife, it was a teepee ring there. And he couldn't believe it. They just left him. Didn't even wait for him. Even his wife just gone. And he just sat there, Then he thought to himself, I cannot just sit here and feel sorry for myself. I got to follow them. I got to find them. But he didn't know where they went. There was no trail or anything like that. So what he did was he just went around to where it felt right. He closed his eyes to where it felt right, and he just walked from there. And once he walked and walked and walked and walked, in his mind he thought, I wonder if I'm away from them or going to them. But he kept on walking. Then way out in the distance, he seen these teepees. And boy, he was just happy. He found them. So he was running over there towards those teepees. And then he stopped all of a sudden. And he thought to himself, what if they are not my people here? What if there are another nation that do not like my people? So he didn't know what to do. Either go back or else go all the way around. But it was too late. Already the dogs are just barking from that camp there. And of course, over at that camp, there's nosy people there too. And they wanted to know who it is that these dogs are barking at. So you could see them assembling, and he wasn't sure what to do, but it was too late. He was already seen. And so, next thing you know, he noticed someone by the way he walked, and he thought, it is them. So he just ran and ran. Dogs are just barking as he got closer. And as he got closer, you could see these guys and other people, some of them were crying. Some of them were on the ground just crying. And he thought, wow, these guys are kind of overdoing it. So he asked, where's my wife? And they pointed to this one teepee. So he got to the teepee. And just when he was about to open it, he thought, I'm going to see if she's home first. She looked, and there she was. Boy, his heart just felt really good. Just looking at her, and she was humming a tune. She had long hair. She was combing her hair. And he thought to himself, oh, I got such a beautiful wife. I just love my wife. And just looking at her, And then next thing you know, he thought, but I'm going to play a trick on her. So while she was combing her hair and all that, sitting on buffalo robes and all that, he whispered her name. And when he did that, he seen her just look around real fast, looking around. And there was nothing. And he was smiling while looking at her. So she kept on combing her hair. Again, he whispered her name. And he just looked around, Didn't know what to make of it. And he wanted to laugh, So she just sat there. And then he said her name. She didn't do anything. And he couldn't hold it no longer. And he opened the door and just laughing. And when she turned around, oh, she just screamed and said, "Hey, hey, why are you screaming? Why are you crying?" Just touched her shoulder. When he touched her shoulder, she just grabbed his arm and just pulled him over. And he just hugged her. She hugged him, just crying and crying. "I missed you so much. Where were you? I missed you. I missed you." And then he said, "It's a long story. I'll tell you about it later on. But why are you crying? Why is everybody crying?" He said, "I was only gone for 4 nights." And he said, "No, you were gone for 4 years." She told him, "No way." He said, "No. That time when you said you were going to go get some fish over by the river, I went to go check up on you because you didn't come back. And when you were not there, I looked around, and the only thing I can see is tracks by the riverbank. I thought you must have went in and drowned. So I went back, and everybody, we went looking for you all over the place, and we could not find you. And because of that, we had to move away to where we are now. Boy, but in the background, you could hear just rocking and all these whistles, good singing while he was talking, this old man. And that old man said, that young guy and that young woman, his wife, his partner, they became old people. And when they became old people, they helped out lots of people through those medicines. They were just like heroes, to a lot of people. For them, from another dimension, if you want to say it, for us, 365 days, which makes 1 year. For them, it's only one night. Beektipskau. So he was gone for 4 years. But to him, seemed like only 4 nights. Well, when he told me that, I felt really good. I shook his hand. Hey, 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 thank you. Kinanaskumtimstahe. I will always cherish this story, this old story. Thank you. Hey, hey. I'll talk to you later on, but I'm going to go now. So I went back to where I started from, crawled in. All these guys are just dancing real hard, with their whistles. And I picked up my whistle, and I too just danced. Hey, hey, just looking at the tree. Hey, hey, thank you. Thank you for all the gifts you've given me. Thank you for making me an Indian. Hey, 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 hey. So, just a little good feeling to prepare for the summer. There's lots of good things up ahead, if one knows what free will is. Each and every one of us, like my partner, my wife would say, this is just this life right here. We're just visiting here. When it's our turn to go, that's the real world there. That's our home. We come here to learn about what is life. So it's just like a big play, a big play. We are the producers. We are the actors. We are the directors. We're the script writers. We can change our script anytime. If you don't like the situation, you can change that script. But anyway, getting a little too deep on this one here. But I'd like to end it off with three things. One is to just a little prophecy of what my late uncle used to told me to list down. I don't have it here with me, so I'm going to have to share it by memory. Another one is we had a ceremony here, pipe ceremony. We offered food to our loved ones, and I mentioned that we're going to close it off with sending grandfathers back. But there's going to be, I'm going to sing a song, my late uncle's song. And that song is what they called a home fire song. And the words is, "Wasiaw tagayayan," where I am is bright. Nega askik semanto. Nega is an endearing word for mom or grandmother. Aski is, of course, our mom, the earth. Kasemanto is kind spirit, kind God. Wasiaw gayayan, where I am is bright. The second verse is Wasiaw ota gayayan, which means where I am is bright. Nega askik semanto isquel. Isquel refers to that woman angel. Iwastin gayayan. Iwastin is it is peaceful where I am. And that's that song, before the grandfathers, before they go home, they request that song. They request, that song for each and every one of us when we go home, that it will be spiritually cleansed. And that's the song that I will sing for this place right here too, because it's a home away from home for a lot of people here that come and work here and come and, reach the pinnacle of their career. But I'm just reminding myself as to how things have changed, And there's going to be other changes, And I remember the old man, he used to say, we're going to get our land back, because strange things are going to be happening, But the only way to do that is we have to unify. We have to get along, I guess you could say. We have been poisoned through a passage of generations that is detrimental of our way of life through alcohol, drugs, sniffing, pill popping, you name it. It'll seem like we're going to be burying our people almost every day before that eventual day arises. And then we have to prepare ourselves holistically for the cleansing process of our mom. And after that, the cleansing, it's going to be bright and beautiful. But the only way to get there, to that time, is just one thing. Be kind. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to others. The old people always say, be kind. That kindness will take you a long ways. So that's what I heard from my late uncle. But his prophecy was long. From what I can remember, I'm just sharing with you that. So with that, I'd like to thank each and every one of you again I'd like to thank all the ones who made this event possible. I'd like to thank the sound man here, Angelo, and of course the students over there behind us, and all the ones who are listening in or watching. Maybe, who knows? Maybe it's the world. I don't know. I'd like to thank them. But I, for one, I humble myself, especially when it comes down to the purpose of this is in memory of those speakers from the past who spoke on our behalf, who helped us, who guided us, to make us understand, about about life itself. As you get a little older, you start to respect life. So I like to thank them, the ones who prayed for us in the past. They must have had strong prayers in order for us, to be where we are. So with that song that I was talking about, I will end off with that going home song. E kwa kiwetan. Let's go home now. Mamo kiwetan. Let's all go home. Kwes kiwetan. Let's go home in a good way. Sema kiwetan. Let's go home quickly. Let's go. It goes on. Waseo o mahakayayan. Waseo o mahakayayan. Neka aski kesemanito. Waseo kayayan. Waseo kayayan. Waseo. 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 Otahakayayan. Waseo. Otahakayayan. Neka aski kesemanito isquil. I was in kayayan. I was in kayayan. I was in. Almost in every ceremony I go to, the saddest time is when we have to let them go. But they're always with us, our namesakes, our mom, the earth, the kingbird, the wind, everything. Our relatives, we acknowledge our relatives. And as Indian people, we are stewards of the land, which means we speak on behalf of our relatives. Ekwa kiwetan, ekwa kiwetan, ekwa kiwetan, ekwa kiwetan, ekwa kiwetan, ekwa kiwetan, ekwa kiwetan. Way-o, hey, 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 hey. Way-o, hey, 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 hey. Mama wo kiwetan. Kweask kiwetan. semak kiwetan, ekwa kiwetan, kahkiau kiwetan, mio kiwetan, semak kiwetan, weyau, hey, 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 weyau, hey, 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 hey. Kahkiau no ahko magnek, hey, hey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Thanks for the stories. Thank you to all the storytellers, audience, both in person and live stream, for attending. Thank you to the Oskapowas Roland K. Roland had to leave. He wasn't feeling too well, so he's gone. And thank you to Angelo and Jason Westeste for providing the sound, Chili for Children for the amazing food, and everyone involved in planning the event. Have a safe journey home, and all my best to you. And thanks again. We'll do this again next year.